Good evening, everyone. I would like to call tonight's meeting of the City of Tacoma Parks City Council to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy.
Here.
Councilmember Fulcher.
Present.
Councilmember DeBala.
Present.
Councilmember Gibson.
Here.
Councilmember Siemens.
Present.
Councilmember Honsack.
Present.
Councilmember Small.
Chilling, never yelling, in the place to be.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all for joining us tonight. There are no changes to the agenda, but I do like to walk people through the agenda just to make sure that everyone is aware of what we will be discussing tonight. So tonight we will have two for the records. One is in celebration of Poetry Month, a reading by our Poet Laureate, Taylor Johnson, as well as recognition of Montgomery College scholarship recipients. So we're happy to have Montgomery College students here with us today. We will have public comments on voting items and general public comments, council comments, city manager comments, and the voting session for tonight is a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a memorandum of agreement with the Montgomery County Department of Health and Human Services for mental health crisis counselors. And then we will have a budget work session, and we will begin our process of budget reconciliation. On Monday, we will have a public hearing, and that will start at 7:30. It will be a public hearing on the FY 2024 tax rate, constant yield tax rate public hearing, as well as a public hearing on the FY 2024 budget. Following that, we will have a budget reconciliation work session. On Monday, May the 3rd at 7:30, we will have a presentation from our urban forest manager's annual report. We will also have a work session on council subcommittees. And then on Wednesday, May the 10th, we will have a voting session. We'll be starting at 7:30. Voting session on the first reading ordinance adopting the FY 2024 tax rates, a first reading ordinance adopting the FY 2024 stormwater management budget, and then a first reading ordinance adopting the FY 2024 budget. It will be followed by a presentation from our Grants Review Committee on their recommendations, as well as a work session on the Maple Avenue Connectivity Project contract award recommendation and draft ordinance. On Wednesday, May the 17th, the council will meet at 7:30. We will have a voting session, and will be our second reading ordinance adopting the FY 2024 tax rates, second reading ordinance adopting the FY 2024 stormwater management budget, and second reading ordinance adopting the FY 2024 budget. We will also have a single reading ordinance authorizing the city manager to sign a contract for the Maple Avenue Connectivity Project, followed up by a single reading ordinance approving grants awards. We will also have a work session on the 2023 legislative wrap-up and discussion of 2024 legislative priorities. And that takes us almost to Memorial Day. So with that, I would like to, I see our Poet Laureate. Wonderful. I would like to call up our Poet Laureate to provide us with a reading. So please join us, Taylor Johnson. Let me make sure I have you all set up. There you go.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. Thanks for inviting me tonight. Let us now praise bird song, for by morning it plays slant the common air. For it calls to itself from a hollow vessel, for it warns and beautifies unknowingly, for it commands the day to undress from its nightshirt, for it is yet tired of the old refrain, for it resonates and bends around wood, for it rests in wood, for it is thus amplified by the torque of branches, for it counsels from a great distance, for it is about desire, for without applause it daily mounts the wind, for it thinks in green, for it unfolds each petal, for I will never know, for the bird is a humble craft. I stared into a robin's ancient eye. Why not sing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Taylor. Now, I have the pleasure of recognizing our Montgomery College scholarship recipients. The city of Tacoma Park offers a scholarship to Montgomery College students. And so I want to thank the students that are here tonight. Because they are just doing such a wonderful, wonderful work, and I'm so excited to be able to recognize them. As a reminder, all of the students who receive this scholarship are City of Tacoma Park residents and have a grade point average of 2.5 or higher. In addition, all students are participants in the Achieving Collegiate Excellence and Success, or the ACES program. So I don't know if there's any additional opening statements before I call the names, but definitely encourage you to come up.
Good evening. My name is Christina Little. I'm the ACES Student Success Coordinator on the Tacoma Park Silver Spring campus. We do have our students here, Jury Madrano, as well as Blanca Sanchez, who I will pass the mic over to now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Drea Madrano and I'm a first-gen college student. I am currently studying business at Montgomery College, and I would just like to thank each and every one of you for this scholarship that you have given me. It's really helped me focus more on my studies during the semester and not work as much. And yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Blanca Sanchez, and this is my first year at Tacoma Park, the campus at Montgomery College, and I'm a nursing student. I'm also a first-gen college student as well, and I want to thank everyone for the scholarship because it's helped me as well not to work as much and to focus on my studies and to achieve a higher GPA as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Just a second, if you don't mind. Excuse me, ladies. I just wanted to say that as you guys are first generation students, I heard an ironic conversation outside about someone who was trying to hide their shine from their parents. And I just wanted to say, like, don't do that. Like I was the first person in my family to go straight to college. Both my parents went back to school, but like it matters. It matters in your neighborhoods, and it should matter to you. Like, be proud of yourself. Now you got to go home and talk to your mom. She's gonna be like, "How come you didn't tell me?" Because the moms are like that. So.
Wonderful. And so I do want to announce we had 5 scholarship recipients. Junior Eldison Valdez is a second-year student majoring in general studies or STEMs and could not be here tonight. Blanca Luz Sanchez is a first-year student majoring in general studies, pre-clinical nursing. Jury B. Murderano is a second-year student majoring in business. Michael DeWitt Tawawos is a first-year student majoring in computer science. And Wilder Lopez Escalante is a second-year student majoring in management of construction. He's a recipient of the City of Tacoma Park Scholarship for the second year in a row. Also tonight, we have joining us Brandy Naughton, EDD, Director of Grants and Sponsored Programs at Montgomery College, Amy Ballard of Montgomery College, Deborah Chen of Montgomery College, as well as Brad Stewart, VP and Provost of Montgomery College. So I would just like to ask everyone to join me in thanking and congratulating the wonderful students that have been provided this scholarship. Again, I want to echo Councilmember Small. I was also a first gen to go straight into college, and I know you're doing something different from maybe folks in your family, but celebrate it. And the goal is to have the rest of your family follow your footsteps. So you are the model, and I'm so proud of each and every one of you. So. Yeah.
I brought him here tonight
Excellent. We got you. So what I would like is if we could do a photo, if folks want to come up to the stage. Including the dad. Who's taking the photo? You usually do this photo. Let me grab my phone.
Tom? Thanks, man.
So squeeze together just a wee bit, like you like each other?
Right? 1, 2, 3.
You have no idea where to look.
I'm still going. There you go.
Right here, right here. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you all.
Okay, well, that was great. And congratulations and super fun. So congratulations again to the Montgomery College students. So we are moving on to public comments on voting items. And just as a reminder, the voting item for tonight is a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a memorandum of agreement with the Montgomery County Department of Health and Human Services for mental health crisis counselors. Do you have any public comments on that voting item? They sent their comments in writing. Yeah, yeah. Okay, all right, wonderful. So now we're gonna move on to general public comments. Do you have any general public comments for tonight?
Hi, my name's Jeffrey Noel Nussbaum, Ward 6. I spoke to you last week before I had a chance to really go through the budgets. And now that I have, I wanted to just give you my thoughts. Unfortunately, it looks like the tax rate decisions and some other staffing and programmatic decisions from prior councils have basically made, if you don't want to make major cuts to the capital budget this year, essentially the tax rate that's been proposed necessary to be passed. I don't see any other way to fund the programs that the council has shown that it wants to do. And so, as I said, it would basically come down to capital cuts. I did not look closely into the capital budget. That's not my area of expertise. But you'll have to prioritize. So I just wanted to go ahead and say that. And if you want to discuss further, I'm certainly willing to do that.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments?
Good evening, Robert Anderson, Woodland Avenue. A friend used to repair broken VCRs that had stopped playing tapes. Most of the time, all he did was replace a small rubber belt that cost about 50 cents. Nothing else was wrong. He turned around and sold them for about $50. Next. This brings to mind our rec vans. You can see the mileage in the rec vans is very small, $27,995 in the large van, which is what I'm going to talk about tonight. They're driven less than 2,000 miles a year. Police car replacement, conditional points are 3 or 4 or 5 for replacement. Here we have conditional points of 1 and 0. Next slide. Staff has stated the problem with the large rec van is that the wheelchair lift is not working. Does anyone know how many times and how often it's been used? A lot is not an answer. What specifically is the problem, the solution, and the cost of the solution? Next. Pictures show a well-kept lift area, but can't show the lift issues. Next. What are the lift issues? Could it be repaired or replaced? At what cost? Who has assessed this? And how can we find out? Next. There's a sticker on the back of the van. It says Colonial Equipment Company. Has staff called these experts? Next. I called. What Colonial Equipment told me? Number one, we do service and replacements on wheelchair lifts, depending on what you have. We can look at the lift and see what it needs. Bring it in, drop it off, and we'll fit you into our schedule. That's an exact quote. We are in Monrovia, Maryland, which is near Frederick. Next. A couple of years ago, the rec department asked council to replace this large van. The council voted 4-3 not to replace it. During the process, City Manager Ludlow said that Public Works keeps our vehicles in really good shape, and Tacoma Park was really good at getting good prices from brokers for our used vehicles. So, are we selling to foolish brokers who are overpaying us? Or are the vehicles we're replacing in very good shape and don't need to be replaced? I'm open to other possibilities. I'd like to hear those. Next. Why are these vans so important? Why do I keep perseverating on these? First, the two vans are a $250,000 ask in a tight budget year. Two, the council has not been given specific information to assess the request. What do you guys know about those vans? Three, this request is emblematic of the process over most of the last decade that has put the city in our current tenuous financial position. And finally, it shows it's time to change the whole budgeting process to put the council, you guys, in control. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other general public comments?
Hello, Council, Mayor and Council, John Rogers, 7425 Baltimore Avenue, Ward 1. It's once again a pleasure.
Hold on. Your mic, if you could just speak into your mic, that would be great.
Sure.
And
It's-
if we
it's
could
once
just
a-
make, perfect. I wanted to make
Okay.
sure we restarted your clock.
Sure. John Rogers, 7425 Baltimore Avenue, Tacoma Park, Ward 1. And it is once again a pleasure to come and speak with you to discuss the budget. I'm sort of going to touch briefly on two themes that I think you will recognize as present in a lot of human affairs, and how they relate to what's going on here with the city's budget. First is the theme of thrift and the theme of waste. The second is how the poor seem to be always on the wrong end of things and to take the hit the hardest. So I want to quote on the first issue, I want to quote from butterflyconservation.org. And they say that reducing the amount of stuff you consume has the greatest benefit for the planet. Reusing items saves the natural resources and energy needed to manufacture new ones, as well as saving money. It is best to avoid waste in the first place, so think more carefully about your purchases. I have, in my previous appearances before the council, pointed out numerous items whose purchase can be responsibly deferred, and others have pointed out numerous items that responsibly can be deferred. I don't need to go over them here again, but it is not hard to go over the budget and to find items that can responsibly be deferred. So that's sort of theme one. The second theme that I want to get to, which is just as important, relates to what is happening to people. In 2014, Harvard's Joint Center for Housing Studies found that 34.4% of all households in the DC metro area were housing cost burdened, and that 14.8% of all households were severely cost burdened. Cost burden is when 30% of your income goes to your housing costs. Severely cost burden is when 50% goes to the housing costs. In 2020, Harvard's Joint Center for Housing Studies found that in Maryland, 47.6% of all renters are housing cost burdened. And it also found that 25% of all renters are severely cost burdened. Therefore, when you and I walk around the areas of the city that have a lot of renters, you should know, as I should know, that up to 50% of the people that we see are housing cost burdened. Just look and just figure that there they are. Same with severely cost burdened. As I've mentioned here repeatedly, property taxes are passed through to renters. The city on its website directly notes that. Therefore, I call on this council to ensure that capital items are deferred, that can be reasonably deferred, and that the burden of property tax is not passed on to those who are burdened and can least afford it. So thank you very much for hearing my comments. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments tonight?
Hello, my name's Megan Scribner and I live in Ward 1. First, I'd like to thank you for sending in the comments on the WMATA staff report on the development of the Metro. I know you're all really busy, and so I really appreciate that that happened. Second, I'd like to comment on the budget and use our situation as an example for how the numbers play out. Our last assessment increased our house assessed value by 51%. Because it's spread over 3 years, our assessed value is increasing by 17% this year. With an increase in the property tax rate from 0.5397 to 0.5705 per $100 of assessed value, our 2023 city property taxes would increase this year by nearly 24%. In dollar amounts, that's an additional $847. That's on top of a 17% increase amounting to $518 in 2022. So over 2 years, we'd be paying an extra 45%, $1,365. Also, Tacoma Park residents are paying nearly 55% more than what people who live just across the border from Tacoma Park pay to Montgomery County. And for what? This is onerous and unsustainable, especially for current residents who are retired and or living on fixed incomes. At a bare minimum, the city should lower the property tax rate to generate the same revenue as it did last year, given the increase in assessments. It also needs to rethink the budget process. Every year we do things backward. The staff submits a budget that seems like pie-in-the-sky wish list and leaves it up to the city council to decide where to cut. Instead, the staff should be directed to start with a budget that's at 10% less than current spending. Let's see what we can do without and then add back what's needed to serve our community with an emphasis on lower income residents. In addition, I think the process would be aided by creating a survey and sending it out to all residents with follow-up as needed to make sure it's a representative sample. This can be used to evaluate which programs and services we actually need, which ones the city should provide, which ones the county can cover, and which ones we can do without. In summation, I urge you to ease the onerous burden on Tacoma Park residents which includes renters since property tax costs are passed along to them, and bring sanity and common sense to our budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments? Hi, and you requested extra time,
Yeah.
correct? Okay, perfect. So Brendan should have 5 minutes.
Right. Hi, my name is Brendan Smith. I'm a Ward 3 city resident. I'm the city's Arts and Humanities Coordinator, and I'm the president of AFSCME Local 3399, which represents most City of Tacoma Park employees. I'm here tonight to share some concerns from our union members and stress the need to budget sufficient funds now to provide fair wages and benefits to city employees. We have the cart before the horse again this year because we're only at the start of contract negotiations while the budget is close to being approved. During the development of this budget, city management planned for a 4 or 4.5% annual wage increase for city employees, but that was slashed to 2% in the current proposed budget. No one discussed this proposed 2% increase with our union, and I don't know anyone who believes it is fair or equitable when the inflation rate is currently 5%. It would amount to a significant pay cut, and our union won't agree to this low number during negotiations, so this budget won't be balanced if that placeholder number is used now. 2% wage increase also isn't fair or competitive with other cities and counties. Montgomery County is ratifying a contract now with their unions that would pay a 6% pay increase in FY24. Low pay contributes to the constant high rate of turnover and vacant positions in Tacoma Park, which has undermined morale and delayed many programs due to staffing shortages. An even larger issue is the serious wage inequities that have existed in Tacoma Park for many years for city employees. The wage study that was conducted a year ago found that dozens of city employees are being paid up to 30% below the market rate for similar positions in the area. Sanitation crews who pick up city residents' trash are already at the bottom of the city's pay scale, yet they also are being paid more than 25% below the market rate. That's shameful for a city that claims to have progressive values. Most of our union members are people of color, and they are facing the brunt of these racial and economic inequities. The City Council hasn't addressed any of the wage study findings, except for providing a 10% increase for 14 police supervisors, even though the wage study is a requirement of our union contract. We'd like to thank Councilmember Siemens for leading an effort to add a new City Council priority to address the findings of the wage study, but that means the Council needs to budget adequate funds to make that priority a reality. Cities received $17.5 million in federal ARPA funds and could use some of those funds to address these wage disparities. Council has allocated millions of dollars to help city residents with new programs, but most of our union members can't afford to live at Tacoma Park, so they don't qualify. We had to fight tooth and nail during contract negotiations 2 years ago to get premium pay for frontline workers who kept our city running through the pandemic despite risks to their health and safety. While $272,000 was allocated for those bonuses, the city kept more than $30,000 by paying fewer bonuses even though funds were available. According to the ARPA presentation on Monday, the city has more than $5 million in unspent ARPA funds, and we recommend reserving at least $2 million of those funds now to provide fair and equitable salaries for city employees and to meet the obligations that will result from our contract negotiations. The council could also look for other savings or delaying some capital improvement projects. City employees appreciate words of gratitude, but words don't pay the rent or put food on the tables for our families. It doesn't pay for gas for city employees who have long commutes every day because they can't afford to live in the city that they keep running. The vast majority of city services are provided by our union members who are committing their lives to this city. All we're asking for is fair pay and benefits now. Justice delayed is justice denied, and we can't keep kicking the can down the road. Fully supportive of Mr. Eubanks, and he has been much more fair and rational in working with our union than the former city manager. But it's not up to him to approve the budget. Those decisions rest with all of you, and so we hope you'll start planning now to meet your commitments to provide fair and competitive wages for city employees that align with Tacoma Park's progressive values and commitments to racial and economic equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments?
Can you hear me?
Can. You're in
Good
person
evening.
today, Mr.
Hi,
Hubner.
folks. Good evening, Paul Hubner, Ward Thrive. Life is about choices. Due to the fact that the budget adopted last year included $7 million in deficit spending, which you were told to wait until the end of this fiscal year to conclude, you are now left holding the bag and must make potentially terrible choices. I appreciate that you are now saying clearly that the city has been spending more than income year over year over year. I have heard you asking for specific ideas and suggestions on the FY24 proposed budget. So I suggest the following specific points for your review and advice. First, don't make the same mistake next time. Demand the submittal of budget proposals based on projected revenue and that the budget be constructed based on income, not a fantasy wish list that requires another tax increase. The city has raised actual taxes paid every year of the previous Stuart Ludlow administration except for one. Start from the end goal first. Next, begin the budget process much earlier, say at the end of this summer. Do not allow yourselves to be pigeonholed into a 5-week process that barely allows you the time to read, much less understand or deliberate the important issues. Give you and the residents time to interact on their money and how it is spent. So now for specifics. Save $577,000 and remove the new police vehicles from the FY24 budget. They hadn't spent the authorized $477,000 in last year's budget before asking for another $72,000 for an undercover brand new pickup. Save $315,000 on at least one of the 2 new trash trucks. It wasn't even listed in the equipment 5-year plan. Save $260,000 and forget 2 recreation buses. Buy and install a new chairlift to replace the broken chairlift. The mileage on these buses is 18,511 and 27,984 miles. My truck has 143,000 miles. Eliminate the unfilled police captain position, savings of some $200,000 at least. Eliminate one of the 5 positions in HCD. All 5 are managers. Cut the funding for neighborhood services, over $500,000. Rockville has 1 position in neighborhood services with twice the population and twice or greater area. Save another $72,000 for a code enforcement vehicle. Is that another pursuit-rated SUV? Cut another vehicle, perhaps the admin vehicle at $45,000. The city should have a motor pool arrangement. Those cuts alone would make up for the budget deficit, stop the requested property tax increase, and allow you to put $129,358 back into the unassigned reserve. Food for thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hubner.
Mr. Hubner?
Yeah, Paul, do you have those numbers? Right?
Mr. Hubner?
Paul.
Yes, did you provide a copy of that?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I encourage any of you to contact me.
I don't want to get you in trouble for talking more.
You want to ask me a question or you want the document?
No, we just make sure that it
Miss-
comes into the system.
Yep.
I want to see that. That's okay. I just want to see the numbers that, like, where you said it was.
Send it electronic. Anybody can contact
Yep,
me.
I
I'm
think
happy to help
that,
any way I
yep,
can.
awesome. I think that our clerk has a copy, and if you wouldn't mind just scanning that and sharing that with the council. No worries.
I'll send it to the council.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Let's make sure your clock starts.
All right,
Gagliardo?
I'm gonna shorten my remarks tonight.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody. I'm your neighbor. I'm Tom Gagliardo. I live in Ward 1, right by the middle school. I still call it the junior high. I'm going to submit extended remarks to the clerk. I'm going to only ask 3 questions. And before I do, I just want to say to the union president that I'm of the opinion that when you give a 5% or any other across-the-board increase to all employees, you're expanding the wage inequity between those at the top of the scale and those at the bottom. And it's my personal position that we should decouple executive salaries from the wages of rank-and-file workers. So I want you to understand, too, that when we make these remarks about saving money, that's money that's between you and the manager to negotiate, but that's money that you can use for your members. The three questions I'm going to ask are simply these, and I ask this of each of you. Will you vote for a budget that calls for less spending than what has been proposed? Will you vote for a budget that calls for a tax rate that is less than is proposed? And will you defer decisions on replacing all vehicles, police, public works, and any others, until and unless you revise the criteria for replacing those vehicles? I usually stand here and say, please give me an answer, meaning when you have your comments. I'm not asking for an answer to those questions tonight. I'm asking you to think about those things when you vote to finally approve whatever budget it is that's going to apply for the next fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other general public comments?
Good evening, Jacqueline Moore, Ward 2. I want to piggyback a little bit on what Paul said about starting the budget process earlier, because I think it would help the new members especially get up to speed all that much faster and make the whole process a lot more efficient and effective. And I also just wanted to take a minute to piggyback on my upstander comments from last week by reading back some of your council meeting rules and meeting rules and procedures that were adopted by Resolution 2022-2 on January 19th of 2022. 2.11, recognition of council members. A council member must not speak on a matter until recognized by the presiding officer. The presiding officer must recognize a council member who desires to speak unless recognition is improper under these procedures. If two or more council members seek to be recognized at the same time, the presiding officer must select the member who will speak first. 2.13.1, council members should ask the presiding officer to be recognized, speak one at a time, ask questions to clarify information, and be conscious of time limits during discussions. 2.13.2, during decision-making, there should be full discussion of opinions and differences. Council members who disagree with a decision should avoid personal attacks and express disagreement with fellow council members or staff for acting on the council decision in a respectful and professional manner. Thanks. Have a good night.
Do we have any other general public comments? Hello, Ms. Machui.
Hi. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And thank you all for being here. Mary Jane Machui, Ward 2. I got a call from Catherine from the County Property Tax Division, and she told me I didn't owe any money and they won't take away my house. Thank you. I just want to let you all know that because I was bitching about that last time. I was really scared. I haven't gotten anything in writing, but I asked her to send me something in writing to say that they're not taking my house, because on what I have, it said they are. So I want to have something in writing. And anyways, I just want to say thank you. Sometimes I complain about things that are county or statewide, and I'm sorry if that is above your purview, but I feel like I'm down here, you're up here, and they're up there, and maybe up there. And I don't know who else to go to. Back there. You're parting over there. Back there? Yeah. But so that's why I talk about things that are county and statewide too, because I figure maybe one of you all together have more power than I do. Anyways, I started Parents of Special Needs Adults in 2015, and we're really concerned about our housing and unemployment. And I have a suggestion, one more suggestion to Mr. Huebner's list about how he could save money. No more bump outs. I am so tired of those bump outs built. It makes it harder for me to drive as a senior. The streets are too narrow as they are. No more bump outs, please. Anyways, and also, I just want to say as afterthought here, I was sad to hear about Harry Belafonte's passing. He was my hero. I loved his music, and I also know that he had dyslexia. So it further endears me. And thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments?
Hi, Karen Elrich from Ward 5. You know, as we look at the budget, and as we look at climate change, and as we look at making our town sustainable, it starts with money, and how we handle it and how we prioritize. I chose Tacoma Park to live in to bring my kids up here, and now my grandkids live here because I never had a hometown. I was a service brat and went all over the world. And when I found this place, I fell in love with it. And my grandchildren are living here, and they're all adults almost. I want them to be able to live through climate change in the most important way, which is living with everybody in mind, living with those that have and those who have not, making sure that food is available. That's why I work in Food Forest. People kind of chuckle at it, but we should be growing food everywhere because we're in for trouble. The tipping points have tipped, and we're in serious, serious trouble as human beings on this planet. And we need to think about that, especially when we're working with the money that comes out of everybody's hard-earned paychecks. So I just wanted to give that little thought to you guys when you're doing this hard job of figuring out what is important. What do we need? Absolutely do we need to be invested in right now as we look to the future of how we are all going to survive. And it really is, I mean, if you're looking at the tipping points and you're listening to the scientists across the world and you're watching the fires happen and the floods happening, and we need to really focus on how we can get through this. How can we become better organized as people? How can we cross that divide of economics and race and culture? Because we all need each other. And we have to find that. We don't have that in Tacoma Park. We have a great, wonderful stuff on paper, but where is the actual community working together? We need to focus on that. And I have Black grandchildren, and to me, that's important that they feel part of everything that's going on in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments?
Good evening, Jessica Landman, Ward 1. I would like to ask for you, as you look at vehicle purchase questions going forward, and this begins with the fiscal 2024 budget, I think it's something you can ask beginning this year. For vehicles that are costly and are not used every day, before you accept the advice of your staff to purchase a vehicle, to ask them to price the alternative of chartering or renting those vehicles, the ones that would not be in use every single day. I have to look at these two recreational vehicles, which are a number of years old and have extremely low mileage, where replacement requests are pending, and ask how often are those vehicles actually in use? And wouldn't it potentially be a significant savings to the city to charter those vehicles when they're needed rather than to own them? It's really kind of a crazy thing to have a multi-$100,000 vehicle or multiple vehicles of that nature sitting in the parking lot most of the time, maybe for the slight additional convenience of not having to call a charter company. But on the other hand, the potential savings to the city are significant, and they would be operating rather than capital expenditures, so that decisions could be made on a more regular basis whether or not to invest in those costs. So please require that before you accept vehicle purchases as the alternative to be considering. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments?
Hi, I'm Denise Jones, Ward 5. I don't have prepared comments, but I've been sitting here thinking and have had conversations over the last several weeks. The one thing that I want to say to piggyback off of what Karen and others have said, on paper, we look like we have a pretty good living here in Tacoma Park, but the city is very segregated. And the very last thing that I mean, it is a completely different experience living in Tacoma Park for segments of our population. And I don't want to see the budget balanced on the backs of the have-nots. You guys can do better than that. Paul laid out something for you. And there's plenty of opportunity for you not to take the money away from people who could use it through services or direct supports, what have you. I don't know what to say except that we are relying, not just me, but we are relying on you to help make the city better for everybody, not just for your little ward, but for everybody. That's your job. You stuck your hand up and said, I'll do it. And I'm counting on you. I am counting on you to do your job for everybody. Thank you.
Do you have any other general public comments? Going once? Going twice? All right, I'm going virtual. Do we have any commenters online? No? Okay. All right, so we are going to move to council comments. Councilmember Small.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll wait for the number, I guess. I guess there's a couple of specific things to say about this process and as it pertains to other places or municipalities or anything else. As far as I know, the process has always been or requires for the city manager to provide the budget. I don't understand why we finished so quickly regardless. We usually ended up pushing right until the end of the fiscal year because you have to negotiate over all of these things. I'd like to bring that up because there have been several attempts. I've made overtures in all kinds of ways, positive, negative, pleading, about staff cuts, not staff cutting staffing, but where legitimately we could think about moving money around in this budget. Because one of the things that has happened over time has been that we've been reducing the reserves. And there could be any number of reasons or motivations why somebody would have done that. But we can't talk about how we need to put money back in the reserve and spend a huge deficit at the same time. It's counterintuitive. And so I've made several overtures and attempts to get people to think about the fact that you're not going to hang a bunch of people out to dry on a number that they can't in good conscience vote for. And I would like to be explicit to everyone in this room that additionally, all of you need to be at the county in May, the first week of May, to tell them that a 10% or a 10-cent increase in their budget is fatuous and absurd. I don't think that you are aware all of the time in this desire to have the county take back services or do things for us, that they've never made an offer of any of that kind of stuff. And they don't do anything. The parks are in disrepair. The roads in the parks are in disrepair. The roads everywhere else funnel traffic unreasonably outside of neighborhoods. And these are long-term patterns and problems that aren't going to get better with the county. The jurisdictional nightmare that we have of being a cross-jurisdictional organization who chose between two counties a long time ago. We chose the white one, and the consequences have been that we are a thorn in the side of that jurisdiction. And it is always going to be that way. And if you aren't up there asking them what you're getting for your 11-cent increase, it is not as fair to berate people here about trying to be really level-headed about trying to cut this budget. Thank you.
Councilmember Gibson.
Thank you. Once again, I think it's an embarrassment of riches here in terms of the turnout and your interest in the city and your interest in the budget and your interest in your neighbors. I listen week after week and during this budget process, and I'm learning and I'm appreciating the strains and pulls from all different angles and trying to appreciate it. I do have to say that I find I've got 5 months on the job, and finding this budget process extremely limiting in terms of my doing a particularly good job. Councilmember Small made some comments about that, and I think we can do better the next time around. But I will do the best we can here. Anyhow, I just wanted, on a more positive note, appreciation to Marty Fry, who led a dozen of us as we went through our circle woods and identified native trees and found out their role in our ecosystem, in our world, how important that is. I also want to speak to and give my appreciation to the folks who plied their wares and who performed at the Co-op Earth Day Festival. It was fun. We were outside. We were in a third space, a place where we can gather, and I appreciate that we have that space there at the Co-op lot. It's a good way to meet our neighbors, and I thank you.
Do we have any other? Oh, Councilmember Fulcher.
Just want to thank everybody for coming out. The budget's not done, right? I mean, like, this was the recommended robust budget, and what I've heard from all of my colleagues is that that there's more work to do. We're all colleagues here. I really appreciate the city staff and all of the work that they've done, and I really appreciate the council members and mayor that I work with. And it's going to be a hard process where people might be upset about some of the cuts that are going to happen. But everybody here cares a lot about Tacoma Park, and we're all going to get through it. So thank you.
Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you. I just want to add a few things. I'm really glad to see, I think, 3 Ward 5 residents here tonight. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. But it's nice to see some faces. I am also finding this as a new council member really fast. It didn't help that I had jury duty the last 2 weeks, but it's just moving really fast, like a freight train, really. And so I think that, I hope that city residents will really hang with us as we work very hard, and the staff, and my congratulations to our acting deputy city manager for really making this process actually exceptionally smooth. We've gotten amazing answers in writing to almost all the questions that have been asked, even verbally, at these meetings. So, and that takes a lot of work, and so thank you for that. But we are probably going to have to make a lot of hard decisions in the year coming. And I think we need to be somewhat prepared for that, because there will be limitations, as many have pointed out, to where we are right now with previous decisions, and some things, in many ways, our hands are going to be somewhat tied. I know, Paul, I went through the budget and I just highlighted, among all those things that you said we could cut, I think about 5 out of them were the same ones that I had circled in my budget, and I began to discuss them in earnest with the data. It's not as easy as it might look to just do it today. That's what I'm learning, and we may get into some discussions about that tonight, I think. And if I didn't say so already, I just want to be very clear that I have no intention, absolutely no intention, of making any cuts on the backs of anyone if I can help it. But some things, if we cut, are going to have to be cut, and we're going to have very, very difficult discussions, and we have to be straight with one another, whether we can do trees and whether we can do climate resilience and climate mitigation, and we can do housing and rent stabilization, and we can really do them all at the level, and also be good to our staff and keep our good staff. Can we do all of those 3 things in the same year, at the same time, at the level that we think they should be funded? These are the difficult questions. Thanks.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks everyone for coming out. Many of your ideas are things I've been working on this week. I forget who it was that said, what's our budget goal? And for me, long-term fiscal health ranks really, really high. We do need to start improving our fund balance through the reserves. No one wants to pay more taxes. We want to make sure we do things without affecting certain groups, of course. And yet, it's just not appearing to me to be that simple this year. You all know I've come in previous years with long lists of things to cut. Yeah, not so much this year. I see that some of the underlying policies that some of you mentioned are things that the council needs to look at in the next few months, and that's going to be part of, well, I actually guess I already did send it around, so I guess I have just proposed an amendment to the budget ordinance listing a couple of specific things like the vehicle replacement policy that we need to look at, not in the middle of this crunch right this minute, but before we get to next year, so that we can, no applause necessary, hasn't happened yet. One person is on the council is one person. But I did just send that around to everybody, FYI. To the other things that I wanted to say, which are not related to budget, I went to a really interesting Maryland Municipal League summary of the legislative session that focused on municipal activities. And I'm going to send it around to all of you because I learned a couple of surprising things about what did pass with respect to municipal operations and budget. So stay tuned. And I think when we can ask our state legislative rep Ann to go into some more detail about a couple of them. And anybody in the audience who wants it, I guess there's no reason why you couldn't. Okay, Denise. Second thing, yeah, great weekend. Lots of great stuff going on, and I felt really energized. And this coming weekend, Dorothy's Woods, 10:30 to 12 on Saturday. Thank you to the neighbors in the area and to the city staff who helped to organize that, because that's just great. Invasives management, garlic mustard to be specific, if you like to do that. And on Thursday, regardless of what your original position was on the street sweeper, you can come out and meet the street sweeper and help name the street sweeper. It should be kind of fun, actually. It'll be a beautiful day tomorrow. And that's it for me for now. When we get to budget, I'll have another statement that I want to ask a couple of general questions of the city manager. Thank you.
Councilmember Stevens.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to everyone who came here tonight to speak. Appreciate the turnout. It's interesting to see so many people here, which is not the norm, which says something that that the council is working on something that many people are passionate about. I appreciate your coming and giving us your opinion. I was just going to mention that I had been over with several of my colleagues on the council today at the opening of the Ann Street Farmers Market. It was a beautiful day for it, and it was a great turnout, both in people selling the many vegetables and other items that they serve at the market, and also the number of council members and other people who were at the opening. But I encourage everyone, not just here, but home watching on TV, to go to the farmers market on Wednesdays. It's a great opportunity. It's a good place to shop, and it's a good place to support local farmers and get some good food and also to socialize. And then I just had a question for the city manager. I know we've talked about tonight we're going to be talking for our first discussion about budget reconciliation. And I think some of my colleagues have made suggestions for, I don't remember hearing any additions, but reductions to put on the reconciliation list. But I don't recall seeing a list. Is there someplace I can find a list of what's been on?
Councilmember, we made a request just as recently as Monday for the list from council. We didn't receive anything in advance of tonight's meeting, but we will have, for kind of live interaction, a spreadsheet that will show anything that council wants to add or subtract to the budget. So you'll be able to see any suggestions in real time.
Great, that's been very helpful in past years. I know there's been some discussion of things here on the council. I didn't realize no one had actually made a formal request, so thank you. And that's all.
Okay, Councilmember DeBala, you can have your do-over.
Yeah, do-over. Somebody mentioned property taxes, and I just want to remind everyone, once again, by May 1st, to check that you have applied for the homestead tax credit, which does two things. One, it continues your county property tax credit, which is called an offset credit for reasons I don't understand. But the other thing that it does for the, I don't see her here. Maybe she left. The other thing that it does is hold your increases in tax assessments to 10% a year, which means that it stretches out, which is not great, but it does mean that it's not 25% in 1 year. So please do make sure that, because if you've lived in the city, if you've owned property in the city for a year, you are eligible. So that's probably everybody in this room that lives in the city. So two reasons to do that. Thank you.
All right, do we have any other public comments? All right,
Mayor?
it's my turn.
Are you going to talk about the Crossroads event coming up too? Okay.
Oh, gosh, which one? Yeah, what day is it? Is it the 6th? Okay, what time? Oh, it starts at 10. Okay. Okay. All right. Sorry, y'all. There's a lot going on in the city. So first, I just want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I recognize that this budget in particular is extremely challenging. It's not just challenging for us at the local level, at the city level. You've heard comments around the county level, as well as the state. I think one of the things that is extremely useful for us to keep in mind is not just from the perspective of what can we cut, but also what are we willing to do without, right? Those are two different things. It's really easy to say, let's cut, but then expect. So I think it's really important for us as a community to make sure that our expectations align with what we're willing to pay for. So that's one thing. I think another thing is that's important for us to do is to plan long-term. And the long-term plan involves a number of different approaches, not just as it relates to how we are spending our property taxes, but how we are developing new streams of revenue, how we're improving efficiencies so that our staff are able to do the jobs that they're hired to do and do them more effectively. All of those things come together to ensure that we're able to operate our city government with the spirit of excellence and meeting the needs of not just folks who are able to show up here on a Wednesday, but everyone in our community. So I thank you all again for coming out tonight. Definitely keep those ideas coming. Email them in. If you have some ideas, we would love to hear them. Please send your comments forward. Folks are looking at them. We're looking at them. We're assessing the comments that are coming in. So please keep those comments coming. So it was a busy weekend. Had the honor of being with my colleagues at Earth Day celebration and was able to get a speech in right before or right when it was starting to rain. So we were able to beat the rain. Also had the pleasure of joining members of the County Council as well as Montgomery Park staff as we did the ribbon cutting for the Silver Spring Intermediate Park. So it's a wonderful, wonderful event. I just want to continue to echo my appreciation for Montgomery Parks, not just for making improvements to our playgrounds, but to also install, you all don't understand how many stormwater related aspects of these projects that are being incorporated, and it is a wonderful use of county resources to meet local community needs. So I definitely want to thank Montgomery Parks for all of the work that they've been doing. You heard already about the farmers market on Ann Street that happened today. So I had a pleasure of being there, and we had folks from all levels of government. We had ag reps, USDA reps. Our D20 delegation was there. We had delegation members from the Prince George's County side. So there truly was a combined interest and excitement around the opening of the Ann Street Farmers Market. So definitely appreciate the Crossroads Food Network for all that they do. There are a couple of events. I know I'm over time, so y'all forgive me. There is, I will be at this weekend, Troop 33 Pancake Supper. So, so want to encourage people to support our local troop and enjoy some wonderful pancakes. We also have an upcoming event at the Crossroads Business Association is having, an event on May the 6th. And it's a wonderful, wonderful event with lots of local bands. There'll be a brewery there. There's food. It's a wonderful, wonderful festivity. And so definitely want to encourage people to come out to that. And I'm just trying to make sure there is nothing else that I'm forgetting. I'm looking at my colleagues.
The Tacoma Foundation event
Oh,
is
yeah,
the
the-
same day.
right,
but it's
the
at
Beer Fest.
Beer Fest. It
Yes.
starts like they overlap.
Beer Fest.
About an hour at the end.
So there's going to be a lot of booze on the 6th. So Beer Fest will also be going on, hosted by Tacoma Foundation. So, yes.
Are you really?
I'm going to be at all of them. So I hope to see you all there. Excellent. All right, so there's a lot of stuff that's happening. Definitely want to encourage everyone to go out and support these wonderful organizations and events. And with that, I will turn things over to, oh, thank you. And you passed me a note. So want to also remind folks about the youth forum that is happening tomorrow. I need help on the time. 7:30. Here in the auditorium. It's early in the
5:30.
5:30 here.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have in the hydrangea room. They're gonna have some drinks and some snacks, and that'll be at 5:30. I think it officially starts at 6.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Because there's just a lot of times and a lot of events that I'm trying to keep track of. So definitely want to encourage folks to attend the youth forum that is happening tomorrow. All right. So with that, Councilmember DeBala, you have a do-over.
Again. These are the things I didn't write on my card. Okay, Nick, tomorrow, 7 o'clock. Public safety meeting for Ward 2. There's been an uptick in Ward 2 crime in the past year. The city police will be presenting and discussing with residents any crime, traffic, shed burglaries, all of that. And there's a Zoom link for anyone who wants to register by Zoom, and there will be closed caption for people who need that. But no Spanish translator this time around. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, Councilmember Gibson, you get a do-over too?
Reminded that tomorrow night at 6:30 at the VFW, I'll be meeting with Pinecrest Neighborhood and other Ward 3 residents to talk about the budget. 6:30 VFW tomorrow.
Excellent. All right. So are we done with all the meetings for this week? I think we're done. Excellent. Spring has sprung. Awesome. Well, with that, I can officially say I am handing things over to our acting deputy city manager, Mr. Eubanks, to provide any Any city manager comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I have more events to add to the long list. On April 28th at 7:30 p.m. here in the Community Center Auditorium, HCD will hold, and specifically our Arts and Humanities Division, will hold short night film screening. Short films by 5 local filmmakers will be screened, and we'll have a Q&A with the film directors afterwards. This Sunday on April 30th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Is the Tacoma Park Motorcycle Show at the Laurel Avenue Streetery. There will be all types of bikes on show, from vintage to modern to stock to customized, and foreign and domestic models. So please stop by and check them out. And on next Tuesday, May 2nd at 6 p.m. via Zoom, and we spoke about this a little while ago, a couple meetings ago, the Montgomery College Facilities Master Plan college-wide event will be held. And there will be, in the meeting minutes posted tomorrow, there'll be a Zoom link, and that will link you to the meeting event. But you'll be able to learn more about the college's program, services, and operations. And again, that'll be posted tomorrow with not the meeting minutes, but the city manager's comments. On May 3rd is Bike to School Day. Schools are organizing their own events, so please contact your local school for more information. And from Public Works, as was mentioned by Councilmember DeBala, there's an open house to showcase the EV sweeper. That's tomorrow at 10 a.m. in front of the community center. And the event will kick off the sweeper stakes, a contest to name the sweeper. And then finally, and I handed a version of this to council already, we had a request to provide to council and the public the reductions that were made by staff as a part of the initial budget process. And so what you'll see is a total of $1.6 million from operations, from capital expenditure, all included in the document, again, for a total of $1.6 million. That'll be posted for public consumption tomorrow morning. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
for doing that.
Thank you very much. And I just want to really commend Mr. Eubanks in an effort to be as transparent and improving transparency and really trying to be as transparent as we can be in terms of sharing information and ensuring that not only that council is informed, but we're providing information to the general public. So with that, I think we can move on to the voting session. So the item that we're voting on for tonight is the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a memorandum of agreement with the Montgomery County Department of Health and Human Services for mental health crisis counselors.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Thank you so much. Councilmember Small moved, Councilmember Seaman seconded.
Discussion.
Do we have any questions or comments about this item?
I do, Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Small.
Thank you, Mayor. The one thing that I did want to say, I know there's been some, at least some email traffic, because I got some about both the language in the memorandum of understanding and some concerns about the nexus between this and the task force recommendations. So I did want to make a couple of statements about that. First one being that my wife and I don't agree on everything, and so even though she's on that thing, we do have disagreements about certain kinds of things because people are allowed to do that. One of them being, I'd just like to make clear that I do think that the resolution or ordinance as provided and edited notes the changes that are necessary to articulate that it isn't that there is a distinction between the police department and the mental health services. I think that staff has done a very good job of articulating and understanding with Montgomery County and their failure to provide a document that wasn't a document that they boilerplated from Rockville. And so that's not on you guys, and I appreciate the changes that were made. in the ordinance. I think the other thing about that, though, is this. I think that there are times where it would be really nice if we were farther along on a defund or an abolitionist framework or whatever else as a nation. But when we have a profound economic rationality as the framework under capitalism, you can't expect people not to take advantage of situations. And just like people are stealing Hyundais because it's on TikTok, and we're having problems with that now, we also will have and will continue to have the nexus between mental health and the police department because of any number of things, including Love Boat, fentanyl, there's heroin around here. There are lots of people doing really abusive things in this area, and there are lots of people who are taking advantage of or exploiting the fact that they are a multi-jurisdictional reality here, so you can move around and not get got. But additionally, there is no place in this building that would be discreet enough to put a mental health facility besides downstairs next to the police department. And I really think it is unreasonable or irrational for people to assume somehow that this is some maniacal quest of anybody in the staff or anybody on the council to upset the apple cart with regard to policing. Because, again, I'm a black guy, and I'm the person who had a police officer from Tacoma Park pull a gun on me in front of my house while I was looking for my cat. And so it is important to note these things so that you don't alienate people who really do have these issues every single day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Small. Councilmember DeBala?
Are we discussing?
Yes, we're discussing.
Okay, so I was hoping, speaking of the changes, just to make sure that I saw them too, I was hoping there could be somebody who could summarize for us real quickly the changes that have been made in the actual ordinance. We got an email about it, but I don't think residents did. And I appreciate that there was the effort to reach out to the folks who raised concerns last week and talk through some of the issues. And then, if as I understood it correctly, you then went back to the county staff and asked them about any potential changes and how they interpreted words and so forth. So
Correct,
could you
yeah.
just walk us through the changes in the ordinance?
Yeah, so
Thank you.
there have been no changes in the memorandum of agreement
Okay,
from
right.
what was presented last week till now.
That's-
The only
that's what I
changes
thought.
that have occurred over the last, I guess, let's say three months since we got it was just in the dates and the timing of it,
Okay.
as it has been pushed back a number of times.
There are changes in the resolution.
Changes in the resolution then.
The resolution is something that we just drafted this last week.
To clarify.
Yeah, and so
Yes.
there is one clause
So
in
the
the
change is that
recitals.
there is a resolution.
Yeah, and, yeah, so.
I'm getting there.
Yeah.
I read it, I just didn't register. Yeah, so for the larger audience, just say that again. The last whereas specifically addresses the question of the term crisis intervention teams and what it means and what it doesn't mean in this context in
Yeah.
the resolution that is in front of the memorandum.
Correct, yeah, so the resolution is that clause is an attempt to clarify that
Right.
that's the intent of Tacoma Park, the intent of the county, that this will be an independent, civilian-staffed mental health counselors program.
Great, thank you. And
Yeah.
so the vote tonight is a one, just trying to make sure I got this right, a one vote. It's on a resolution, not an
That
ordinance.
it's a resolution, not an ordinance, so we're
Okay,
voting one
that's where
time.
I got a little confused.
No worries.
All right, and it does explain
Yeah.
the approach and answer some of the questions. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Siemens?
Thank you, Mayor, and I would just like to take a minute to thank Mr. Eubanks for getting this in front of us. It's been long desired, and I'm glad that we were able to get through the negotiations with the county and get to this point to where we can start moving forward with the actual program that that we have all recognized as desirable going forward in the future. Thank you.
Councilmember Small?
I'm sorry, Mayor. Andrew, could you just come back up and just give a restatement of what the concern was and how it's been rectified, maybe like that way?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure, yeah. So the MOA that we got back from the county, that took, I believe it was 8 months or so for a full document review, looked to be essentially, and again, I'm coming into this within the last month or so, a boilerplate document from the city of Rockville, with the Tacoma Park name sort of being pulled out. And that's more or less in the body of the document. A lot of emphasis, and again, I largely surmise, was put into the appendix and to the addendum, which talks about this specific program and what the scope of work will be for the project. As a result of the way that was drafted and reviewed, there's some language in the introduction and the recitals of the MOA that talks about crisis intervention teams, and then this is a program for the Tacoma Park Police Department. And that raised some concern among community members that this would not end up being sort of the independent civilian-based mental health program that was contemplated. In order to sort of appease some of those concerns, had conversations with the county throughout this process, and they very much agree, and what we presented last week was very much the model of the independent civilian mental health. So whether we go back and change that language or not, as a recovering city attorney, I love to get my hands on this and wordsmith the heck out of it, but I'm very concerned that would push the project out, well beyond what's already been a very long and unnecessary delay.
And Andrew, as an attorney also who's looked at this, when you're talking about the way that the document itself is constructed, there's a clause in there that says recitals and the appendix are the controlling language of the specifics, right? Like whatever is in the front of it, there is a clause that says that, and it has a severability clause and all of the normal contract things to have the minds meet that we are not having a police department with a mental health thing. We have a mental health thing next to the police department. Correct?
Correct. There is that clause. Yep. Yep. And so in an effort to further clarify and to appease some of that concerns, it is in the council resolution, just sort of clarifying that is Tacoma Park's intent. And as soon as this is signed and off the ground, we can start posting and hiring for this position and implementing it right away. So, thank you.
Councilmember DeBala?
This is exciting, and as a not lawyer, recovering or otherwise, I focused on the scope of work, and that reads to me as an independent mental health joint partnership, city county, independent mental health crisis counseling available to residents either instead of or in addition to police calls.
Yeah, that's my reading of the scope of work as well.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm excited.
So I just want to echo my appreciation to our city staff that have been working long and hard to get this thing done. Andrew, the chief, I know that, and I'm not speaking about this as an attorney or as someone who's interested, but in my other life, I work for the federal organization that is responsible for implementing a number of these care models. And it is critically important for us to ensure that we're providing services to individuals regardless of the way in which they enter into the need for service. There are so many instances where a mental health crisis results in someone who has a gun or a knife. They're threatening to hurt themselves. They're threatening to hurt others. And that call is going to come through 911. So we have to make sure that when we are thinking about our model and how we ensure that members in our community who are in need of mental health support, that our officers understand how to respond. They're bringing in those mental health counselors, that this can be done in a way that ensures not only the safety of the individual in crisis, but people that are their immediate family or people in the immediate vicinity. I cannot stress that enough. So there has to be an ability to address that very critical nexus. There also are a number of different, and we heard from the county staff, there are a number of different mechanisms now in which people can seek that help. It can come in through 988. It can come in through 911. And so it is critically important that we work, if we're trying to be trailblazers, that we work to really try to figure out how that coordination of those incoming calls happen so that the right entity responds in the right way when someone is in crisis. So I cannot stress enough. I know that there is sensitivity around police intervention for people who are suffering from a mental health break. But I cannot stress enough, my priority is ensuring the safety of people who are experiencing crisis and connecting them to the necessary services that they need. And this particular project helps us with at least starting to figure out the appropriate model for our city to meet the needs of our residents. So again, I want to stress my appreciation to staff who've been working on this, and I support the MOA in this resolution. So with that,
Mayor, if I could.
Yes, sure.
I do not want to, Councilmember Siemens, thank you, but I don't want to take credit for any of it. It was very much the city staff who brought this to the finish line. Andrew, Chief, also our former deputy city managers and former city manager all did a wonderful job of kind of moving this down the line, and I probably saw it the least. So I just want to give the appropriate appreciation where appreciation's due.
Thank you for that clarification. You're the boss, so the buck stops there.
Yeah. Your flowers.
awesome. So seeing no more lights, do we need to do a call or just do the vote, just hand vote? Okay. All those in favor of approving the memorandum of authorizing the resolution authorizing the acting deputy city manager, David Eubanks, to execute the memorandum of agreement between the city and Montgomery County for the mental health crisis counselors pilot program. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? All right. Moving forward. Thank you all so much. Yes, it is 9 o'clock, and I'm a person of my word. We will have our break. All right, so let's come back at 9:10. we get ready to start the reconciliation process. I understand that this is moving fast for folks, but I want to make sure that everyone understands that this is and can be iterative, and that we will have another budget reconciliation session on Monday. So really quick, I just want to remind folks of a couple of points. You might have heard me mention this earlier, but I do just want to remind my colleagues that we will be voting on 3 things as it pertains to the budget. We will vote separately on the tax rates, okay? So the tax rate requires 1 vote. We vote on the budget itself, that's a separate vote. And we also vote on the stormwater management budget. So I do want to remind my colleagues that we have 3 votes, okay? I also want to remind my colleagues that when it comes to the reconciliation, you can pose an item that you would like to propose either an addition or a subtraction, but please know that you have the opportunity to also amend your reconciliation item. There are other council members that can pose a different reconciliation that is similar to yours. So let's say, for example, I propose to cut, let me make this up really quick. I'm trying. I propose to cut $5,000 out of a training for staff. Councilmember DeBala may say $10,000. Both of those items would be put on the reconciliation. Members of council can adjust those amounts. We can also pick amongst those items that are there, which we would prefer to advance. So the items that ultimately end up on our reconciliation list will require votes. So it's possible we could have 2 items for different amounts on the same kind of topic and vote on them separately, okay? So just want to just really pause just for a second because I know that Mr. Eubanks has shared with the council, because I understand that there has been quite a few questions that have come up about what is some of the reconciliation activities or some of the cuts that staff have already proposed in their preparation for the budget. I know that folks have heard quite a bit that staff underwent a pretty in-depth exercise to try to figure out what are some of the things that are critical for us to include in our budget. And so what we've received is the initial reductions that have already been taken by staff, and therefore those cuts have already been accounted for and reflect what is in our budget. Okay. So with that, I would just want to pause quickly because I know this is new for folks.
I didn't understand what you just said.
Yep. No worries. So what I just mentioned was the budget that we received were staff's strongest attempt to reduce as much of the budget as they could before, or kind of scrub expenses as much as they could that they felt was feasible before putting together or finalizing the budget that we saw. So there were a number of activities that perhaps were part of the prior budget or activities that staff proposed that we fund that city management has already gone through to try to scrub a lot of that out of the budget. So what you are seeing in this spreadsheet that has been provided is already a lot of the scrubs that have already happened before we even saw the budget.
And
Does that
Mayor,
help?
if I
Yes,
could
go
add to
ahead.
that.
Yeah, that's what I was.
So the document is exactly that, and what you'll see is the division of those reductions by department, and so each department, beginning with HCD, city clerks, CMO is the city manager's office. The subtotals that you have here are the total amount from that department, and as you get to the bottom, you'll see that some of the larger departments have larger reductions from the budget that was proposed. Now, I'll add too that the budget that was proposed, to use the phrase from earlier today, was not a pie in the sky. The budget that was proposed was the budget that we feel would give us the best ability to execute the level of service that is expected of us. We understand, though, as I've said before, that there is a balance, one that we're trying to achieve through the budget and through our discussion, and that is weighing the level of service with the need to address the city's fiscal health. And so prior to delivering the budget to City Council, city staff attempted to identify places where we felt that, although necessary for the execution of our operations, not necessarily vital. And I think it's very similar to the discussion that you'll be having, but this is our best attempt to accomplish that with the information that we have to date. The bit of information that's currently missing from the document that you have that will be included prior to the posting publicly is, if you look at the second column, account title, we'll fill that information in. So similar to what's here at the top, beginning with HCD, you see that there was a $12,800 reduction from site improvements. So rather than there just being the account code, you'll also see the account title, which will give you an indication of what that line item was purposed for. It's absent now just because we didn't have enough time. But when we share it again tomorrow morning, all of that info will be available. The things that I'd like to point out are really just the total amounts. And so it's broken down into really, I'll call it two categories. Three. Operations, personnel, and capital expenditure. So this first, the longest list that you have, the one that totals $535,000 in reductions, that is operations. So that's $500,000 plus that came from staff's operations for FY24. The second chart, which is on your second page, $545,000 is the total. Those are reductions to capital expenditures. And Director Braithwaite had alluded to this during our last conversation. There are what we would consider very significant cuts to our infrastructure funding for streets and for sidewalks. $150,000 reduction from a $500,000 total to a current amount of $350,000. Sidewalks started at $1.1 million and is now $750,000. So a total reduction of $350,000. There's also a reduction of $30,000 from HCD, and then a small amount from PW grants. So again, that total is $545,000. And then in this final chart, on the second page, you'll also see the interns.
Oh, there it is.
The reduction of the interns, which is about $200,000 worth of savings. You also see personnel reduction. And so that we intended to, at the onset of the budget, to have a larger increase in wages. So beyond the 2% that are proposed. What you see here is the reduction from that initial proposal to the current 2%. And that total amount was a cumulative amount of $382,000. And so that's where you get the 1.6 in total savings from staff during our initial process.
Got it.
May I?
Councilmember Duvall, are you done? Okay, Councilmember Gibson?
Yes, thank you, City Manager Eubanks. I'm just a little bit, well, first of all, this is good information. Several of us asked for it. I'm unclear, though. This is a reduction from what? You talked about, there was an initial proposal, and when was that, I guess, when was that initial proposal reached that this, maybe I'm not using the right word, but these reductions were taking from? What was the starting point?
The process started, I think, our process begins in late January, early February. It involves, essentially, I guess to put it succinctly, the department directors providing the budget to the city manager's office. We total all of those prepared budgets, compare them to revenues, look at our reserves, and determine, based on a whole host of factors, where the limited number of dollars should be placed. Now, of course, all of that is guided by council policy. It's guided typically by council priorities, so on and so forth. And then we determine what it is that we need to, the delta that we need to get to in order for us to feel, based on our understanding of council's concerns or public concerns or overall needs from the community, what number do we need to get to propose what we think is a reasonable budget? In order to get from point A to point B, it typically requires us to make some changes and sacrifices. So we aren't proposing kind of the optimal budget. We're proposing a reduction from that optimal budget, and that reduction is the proposed budget that council received.
Councilmember, Councilmember Gibson?
Yeah, just, so it sounded like, I mean, it's somewhat iterative process.
Of course.
But the first major amount of major chunk in terms of the budget was when the departments proposed to you an initial amount, and from there were some changes, and then ultimately some reductions. But it started with the departments making recommendations about what they thought was feasible.
Recommendations with guidance,
With
right?
guidance.
So typically we'll say you can include X amount of additional costs for some amount of inflation.
Right.
And if we've also throughout the year would have had conversations, and council would have informed us of different programs that they expect to see in FY24.
Right.
So all of those constraints are provided to department heads based on the constraints, based on the parameters provided by the city manager's office. Directors submit something back to the city manager's office for
Right. And
decision making.
it does seem then it makes sense that these department heads would be first starting at what the last year's budget was and working from that.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Small?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say I find this process to be frustrating, probably for different reasons potentially than maybe Randy or the rest of the new council members. And I'm going to say why. And it's because I don't feel like there has been an honest, and when I say honest, not like duplicative, like ooh ah honest, but just like college try effort to recognize where even the new elected officials came in at. Because there are 4 new people on here, and all 4 of us ran somewhere near or around constant yield or fiscal responsibility. And I feel like the way in which this information is being given to us is, I don't know, because like I want to use words. People get offended all the time. I don't even know, but it's convenient that when we have certain conversations, it's, well, the code requires us to do X, and then when we have other conversations, we are told that it is about council priorities, but there's not anything really in any of the cuts that you guys provided or the budget as it stands that justifies any of the spending that you are seeking. It's just what you say is the number that needs for service. And my problem with that is that a maintenance of effort budget in the context of an illegal hiring freeze and an illegal command to reduce the budget that put inordinate stress on the actual staff that require, and as such, staff left or whatever else. To say that suddenly, like, we don't know what a maintenance of effort is at this point. And I don't think it's unreasonable to say that, because every other conversation that we had prior to this, there was a reason why we weren't getting things done, and it was related to those kinds of issues. And so I'm frustrated about the fact that I feel like we have asked for specifics about goals, or asked for what the necessity of certain streets vis-a-vis other things are. And we haven't received those things. When we talk about the housing and community development budget, we don't know any of these things. I don't understand. I personally don't understand why this is okay, because we did it differently and I don't want it to be that, oh, the black people that I worked for were just unreasonable and yelled about stuff or whatever else. But that's really the way you guys are setting it up, because to presuppose that the reason why people want to have accountability in the government is somehow anathema to your regular work processes is really frustrating, because the realities of where services are, what the exigent circumstances that you guys could be addressing are, and everything else don't seem to correspond with a codified, required, whatever else in which you ask questions and don't receive answers. Or when you ask questions, people presuppose that you're being somehow difficult or mean or abusive. And that's frustrating to me, because at the end of the day, we have to vote on these things, and we are 3 cents above a 10-cent increase, and it's just not cool to think that we're just gonna do it when everybody who's up here ran on the premise that we need to be closer to the constant yield rate. And so I don't know what to say in response to this. I don't know if it's a question or not. I don't know where the justifications are, but as we can't have it where everything is just a fait accompli from previous requirements at the same time as we have real, actual things that you would expect a professional staff to address. And it's frustrating to assume that we're just going to, this, it's just not, I'm surprised that it feels as if we are trying to avoid acknowledging whatever the competencies are of the council are, or any sort of legitimate ask or request about long-term policy decisions that have had adverse effect on this budget. And so I just don't know what to say. I don't know who to ask. It's frustrating. I'm frustrated.
Well, I completely understand your frustration, Councilmember Small, but I want to charge each of our members of council right now to be focused on solutions, right? So I think it's really helpful for us to actually start talking about items that you would like to see either through additions or through reductions in the budget. And so I would like to get us started down that path. So can I ask a question about the housing reserve? And I know that we have historically added quite a bit of resources to the housing reserve. Can we just talk a little bit about, and I'm looking at the funding summaries here, and it looks like the housing reserve, were there planned additions for the housing reserve? I'm blanking on our policy. I'm looking at Councilmember Siemens around what our rules were, but I'm looking at the budget now, and I am seeing that we added 200,000, we deleted 50,000, and we have a balance of a little over $1 million. Does this budget propose an addition to the housing reserve? And if so, what's the amount?
Can we take a step back for just
Sure.
a moment? If we could, I think John's in the back. John, if you could bring up the spreadsheet that Director Chung has on her computer, the reconciliation spreadsheet.
Mm-hmm.
Point of.
Oh, sorry, let's get you turned on.
Okay.
Because I'm not hearing you. Could you?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I am going to share this reconciliation spreadsheet that I prepare on Monday. And this spreadsheet actually shows what is our general fund revenue.
Susan,
At this
if you could
point-
hold on 1 second, I don't think anybody can see the spreadsheet.
Okay, let me share it right now.
So you're saying you sent it to us on Monday?
Okay, here it is.
Sure.
Anytime that anybody makes a reference, I know right now we're talking about the spreadsheet, but I have a request. Anytime that somebody makes a reference to a line item or an account, if you know the page number in our binder, I would be most appreciative if you could name off the page number so everybody can be together, because otherwise we're having all these conversations. Thank you.
So just want to thank you so much, Director Chung. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on a couple of points. So has council received the updated spreadsheet?
I'm not seeing it, but maybe I'm the only one.
Okay.
Maybe I just
If-
can't find it.
So just to kind of get us all on the same page, if we can have the reconciliation spreadsheet. And Director Chung, I'm not sure if you were planning to walk folks through the spreadsheet. It might be the most, it
was really no need to send this sheet out to council. The sheet will be operated tonight by Director Chung. And if you can see it, can you see the whole screen on?
I like
whole
to have,
spreadsheet?
just FYI, I like to have a blank one so I can play around.
Sure, we can send a copy out. For this evening, what'll happen and what you'll see on the screen at the top here is the total general fund revenue. So as estimated in the proposed budget, the $29.3 million at the top of the spreadsheet. Below that are the estimated amounts of reductions from the expenditure and revenue that would be necessary in order to get to the 2 points that council has suggested that they're most interested in. One is the constant yield, the other is the current tax rate. So as we've shared before, in order for council to get to a constant yield rate, it will require from the current budget a reduction in expenses from the general fund, $1.4 million. Staff have not proposed that as an option because of the magnitude of what it would require from our operations. And it's not possible without some additional specific guidance from council where we should make those adjustments, because they have very serious impacts on our operations. And so if at any point in time, we would need some specifics about changes in service that staff cannot make without guidance in order to accomplish that. The same is true for the 5397. That is the current tax rate. And that is a required reduction of $861,000. You also see that there on the screen in the green area.
Actually, we don't see the last column.
You can see it.
On the notes.
Yeah,
up at
it's
the
in
top,
the, yeah, it's in column B. It's there. Director Chung, if you wouldn't mind scrolling over just a little bit so that we can see the summary. Yeah, that's the piece that is often really, really useful because it also walks through the differences in the revenues that you need to make up. Which is often really, really helpful. So Director Eubanks is correct. To get to that constant yield rate, you would need to make up that 1.4. And then to get to the current tax rate, you would need to find $861,000. It also helps, you could see the reserve. I don't want to steal your thunder. You can see that 17% general reserve fund amount that needs to be there as well.
Thank you, Mayor. And so on the kind of below the green area is where most of the action will happen. And so that's where, based on the conversation tonight and the suggestions from council about additions and deletions from the existing budget, that we'll add those items. We'll title them. We'll also, next to the title, have a marker that indicates which council person has made the suggestion. Those items will ultimately change the revised expenditure section. And so based on the numbers inputted, let's say there's a $200,000 reduction, you'll see that $32 million be reduced by that amount. And as that number changes based on the discussion, that number will go up, that number will go down. And ultimately, if council's trying to get to a specific number, that number will show up here. So again, the two numbers that we kind of have right now as the metrics are constant yield and the existing rate. The other thing to note, which is kind of a uniqueness of this particular reconciliation, is that after the proposed budget was announced and presented to council, we were informed by the county, Susan?
Yes, we were informed by the county deputy budget director that we will be receiving tax duplication an additional amount of $106,418. And since it was during the proposed budget, the last day that we received the number, that's why we are adding this amount in the reconciliation. So the number on the green section is actually showing an addition revenue of 106,000. Okay, and any amount that shows with a bracket, it will be reducing the revenue amount. Okay, and any amount that show under the expenditure column with a bracket is also reducing the expenditure amount, okay? Any amount that shows under the amount column is going to change directly the bottom line of our unassigned reserve. So right now, with the additional revenue of 106, our original unassigned reserve was at 3.9 million, and right now we're at 4 million, okay? So this is how the spreadsheet works, and it will automatically update our unassigned reserve balance. Any addition and subtraction will adjust the unassigned reserve balance in the blue section.
Thank you, Director Chung.
Thank you. And besides the general fund on the top section, I also included other funds, which is the stormwater fund, speed camera fund, special revenue fund, and ARPA fund, just in case, similar to last year, that we want to move some of our expenditure from the general fund to the other fund. And I also include the fund balance of each fund on the right section here, so you have an idea of what is the ending fund balance. At the end of fiscal year 24, stormwater management fund balance would be at 111,972. Special revenue fund balance would be at 786,000. Speed camera fund balance would be at 737,000, and ARPA fund would be at 6,900,000. So this is the information included in here, so we can kind of know how much we can include in addition or subtraction to each type of funds. And the green column shows the revenue of each type of fund. The pink column, actually, pink section shows the expenditure of each fund. So here are all the funds that showing in the bottom.
So I have two questions.
Yes.
Is it
You're
my turn?
next. Yep.
Thank you. The first question is, I'm just trying to make sure I understood you correctly. So if an item goes on the reconciliation list to reduce expenses, then the number that changes is not the tax rate, it's the reserve?
Well, the tax rate, the first thing we need to determine is what is the revenue reduction we want to decide. If we want to go with a constant yield tax rate, that means we will have to reduce our general fund revenue by
Right.
$1.4 million.
Right.
So I will put that $1.4 million in here.
Okay.
Okay, so you can see that the change in expenditure needed to be at a level of $1.3 million in order to compensate the loss of the revenue. That means in order for us to maintain the $3.9 million at the bottom, we need to reduce, right now, because of the revenue reduction, our unassigned reserve has dropped to $2.5 million, okay? So in order to maintain the same reserve, we need to have an expenditure reduction of 1.352608 in order to balance and make our unassigned reserve the same amount. Do you see what I mean? So this is how it works. The more revenue reduction you want to achieve, the more expenditure reduction you have to add on the list, okay? So this is how
Assuming a certain tax rate.
yes, assuming a certain tax rate.
Okay.
So the most important thing is, what is the tax rate that we have in mind? How much revenue do you want to reduce in order for us to first to start, what is the expenditure amount that we want to achieve as our goal?
So I think that one of the challenges is for folks that this is so new that they may not, and I don't want to speak for my colleagues. I know that some have expressed very clearly a tax rate that they have in mind. Others may not be as sure. I think one of the things that is going to be extremely helpful is for us to start identifying items that we may want to propose for the reconciliation list. It could very well be the case that based on the amount, for example, I'm going to pick on constant yield, $1.4 million, we're not able to identify enough items aside from cutting people that we could come up with that would give us that 1.4. We may decide, you know what, let's try to keep the current tax rate. In order to do that without impacting our reserves, which is one of the main things that has been called upon, right? We can't continue to have a budget where the revenues are less than the expenditures, right? So if you can't figure out how to come up with that $861,000, then that means you're tapping into the reserves, and we don't want to do that. So what Director Chung is explaining down at the bottom is that unless you want to tap into reserves, you have to make sure that you're able to identify actual expenditures in the budget to cut, to make up the difference between the tax rate that is proposed and the tax rate that you ultimately feel comfortable with voting in favor on. So again, recognizing that this is new for folks, it may be an exercise of just kind of doing it, and then you will start to see how it works, right?
Yeah. I would like to put, I was going to say I would like to put at least one other rate that I have been talking about in this section, property tax revenue, assuming different rates. And I had figured it out as current tax rate plus ECI. And I think that other people have been talking about it as current tax rate plus CPI, Consumer Price Index.
You mean plus
And
ECI, you mean
I had been talking about
current? Okay,
it as current tax rate plus that's the way I've been talking about it.
okay.
But I think my point being, we need one more in here that's higher, lower than the current tax, the proposed tax rate, and higher than the tax rate, and higher than the tax.
So I want
Higher
to
than the
add,
current tax rate.
I'm sorry. I want to add in the conversation is each cent of the tax rate is equivalent to the dollar amount of around $279,877. So this is each cent increase or each cent reduced, it's going to amount to this dollar amounts, $279,877. So if you want to increase 1 cent, okay, then this amount will be added to the revenue. If you want to reduce the tax rate 1 cent, this amount, 279,000, will be reduced from the revenue.
Wait, 279,000, not 290?
Yep.
279,877 is, if you take a look at your screen, it's the number listed just below the green box.
Thank you. Okay.
877, okay.
All right, well, I overestimated. Good for that. So I did have one before we get into this. I know you want to get started. But before we get into this, I had one other question about equipment reserves in some of the other reserves. So if I go to the back of the book and the consumer and the, oh, my brain is scrambled today. In the capital budget, there's a bunch of different sources for spending. And if I pick a vehicle, one will be charged to the general fund and another will be charged to the equipment reserve.
Yeah.
So can somebody please explain how that works into here?
Good question.
Sorry.
I'm not sure I understand your question, Councilman.
The question had to do with the equipment reserve and the effect on how that interacts with the general fund.
Generally, when we talk about general fund, the direct impact on our unassigned reserve will be the operating costs, would be the capital improvement project that coming out from the general fund account. If it is coming out from the equipment replacement reserve, if it is coming out from the facility maintenance reserve or any type of reserve, it will not directly impact our unassigned reserve. Okay, so this is how the the reconciliation works. So if you wanted to have an exact direct impact to the bottom line, in the blue section below, the amount or the reduction that you want to include has to be coming out from the operating expense, which is like salary, fringe benefit, contract costs, conference costs, and all those. And we have to include some capital improvement project. The funding source is from general fund, not from speed camera, not from special revenue, and not from the equipment replacement reserve. That would not have any direct impact on our bottom line of 3.9 million in the unassigned reserve.
So let me rephrase my question. I would like to see some information about how the equipment reserve is scheduled over time. And I understood that you were working on that. And so do you want to talk about that now, or do you want to just send it to us?
We can definitely talk about it now. I think Director Braithwaite is probably most has the most in-depth understanding of it all. So if we'd like to walk through that, we certainly can.
Sure, but given that it is, can we keep it brief, given that it's almost 10 o'clock?
Sure.
And we have yet to add a single item on this reconciliation list.
Sure, and I think we just have just a couple of documents that we would like to show.
And I'm trying to find it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. Oh, and now it's really going crazy. It's very attractive.
Well, you've reduced the budget. We're in the matrix.
Mayor, while she's working on that, may I ask a question? Just mull this over, because I'm worried about time. I am not clear, because the reserves are in some ways a fixed point. That's the best way for speaking about them. And I'm looking at page 33. Maybe there's a better page to look at. I'm not clear on not only how to think about the equipment replacement reserve, but how to think about all the different reserve funds and kind of what's being considered a fixed point. I assume that for every single one of our funds, there is a formula by which we are putting money into each of these, and that formula at the moment is regulated partially by city ordinance and other factors. And therefore, every single one of our reserves on page 33 is already, if you will, prescripted. And if that's not the case, if there's some decision-making that's happening that is not prescriptive, I would like to know that before we begin to tackle the general fund. Does that make sense? Does my question make sense to the mayor, at least?
So if your question is about how the reserves work, I think that makes sense. I think I'm just trying to make sure that I fully understand. I know we're going to talk about the equipment replacement reserves, which are earmarked and based on a formula for vehicle replacement. The housing reserve was a little different. It was established by the city council as based on a priority that we have. So it's a little different. So are you asking more in line with what would be the impacts of modifying contributions to different reserves?
Well, I don't know where to find the information that tells me as a council person, what is the formula by which funding each year for each budget is going to each one of the reserves. There's no percentage given that I have seen yet. It may be here. Or if it's a percentage or a formula. I know we're about to talk about the equipment replacement reserve, but for the housing reserve, you say there's a policy. I would have to dig to find the policy, but to understand better what is the formula by which the staff knows how much money to put into each reserve each year, and whether there's any wiggle room on that and subjectiveness about what they're deciding there is critically important to me as we get into just looking mostly at the general fund. Does that make sense? Yeah, especially if there are differences is that written somewhere
The
in
reserves
here?
that have a specific allocation from year to year, the emergency reserve, the ERR, and I believe that's it.
Facilities?
No.
Those are the only ones that have a specific requirement from year to year.
Right.
The housing reserve is at the discretion of council. The FMR does not have a specific spreadsheet with a formula like the ERR. It has been council's intent as well as staff's intent to create a like structure, but to date that has not happened. So again, the two that have specific policies, and those are defined in the proposed budget, are the ERR and the emergency resolve.
And then there are two that do not, is that?
The
sorry,
remaining
you
of the
used some-
reserves
you
do not
used
have a
the-
specific policy.
FMR, did you say?
FMR is the
Facilities.
Oh, the
maintenance
facilities,
reserve.
okay.
Right.
That and the housing reserve are the ones that from year to year are at the council and the staff's discretion.
Right, and so
Those are
you
the only
see-
two.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's a really important thing for new council members to understand.
And
Thanks.
to get back to one of
Okay.
the mayor's earlier questions about the $200,000 that's designated for the housing reserve, that is not coming out of the unassigned reserve. That is a reimbursement from the state via a NED grant for dollars already spent for one of two projects. I don't know exactly which one it was, but the city pursued two single-family conversions in the last 2 years that we originally designated general fund dollars toward, housing reserve dollars toward. We later received 2 grants from the state, and those dollars are only available to us at the completion of those projects. The first of those projects was completed in FY23. We have the money, we just haven't appropriated it to the housing reserve. And so in FY24, with the creation of that account, we can add those dollars back to the housing reserve.
Okay, so it doesn't look like there any substantial additions to the housing reserve in this budget?
No.
No. Yep.
But it's fully funded yeah.
So I do want to encourage my colleagues to, if you go to the city website and just type in reserve policy. You'll-
From 2019.
Yeah, the thing from 2019 with the entire reserve
Which
policy.
is why I want to look at reviewing it.
Yeah.
Say,
And there is an actual reserve policy that is under the finance website.
Yes.
We have several other policies in there, like the credit card policy, allowance policy, and reserve policy. They are all under the finance webpage.
Yep. Okay, so I want to make sure that Director Braithwaite isn't standing in vain. So, Director Braithwaite, there was a question around the equipment replacement reserve.
Can on the screen there. And in the interest of time, I will be brief, but I am more than welcome to talk to any of you at any length after this meeting to understand this document. This document was created by a finance auditor many
Consultant?
years ago. It's been in place for well before I started getting involved, which was fiscal year 2010. So this has been an established funding policy for the city. The goal, quite simply, is for anything that's expensive relative to vehicles and equipment. It also sometimes can include computers and software for those of them that are high dollar value. It's to enable the city to fund the replacement of that on a planned scale using its expected useful life. And the document itself is formula driven. So as you can see there, you've got a name of something in column C. You've got the cost that we purchased it for in column D. You have the expected when it was purchased, and then the total life in column F, or number of years, and then the replacement year in column G, and then the estimated cost. Now that estimated cost for the most part of the formula or for most part of the spreadsheet is driven by a formula. It uses the original purchase price, adds a 2% or 3% inflation rate, and factors the number of years for which, if it's a 10-year expected life, 5-year expected life, and calculates the replacement cost. Again, it's sometimes accurate, sometimes way off, because the market does all kinds of things. But this is trying to create a process by which every year we're putting a portion of that equipment or vehicle aside to pay for its replacement when it's time to be replaced. This spreadsheet lists out the items that are going to be purchased for instance, in FY23. So all these items that we purchased in FY23, there's no funding going in that for its future replacement. That would happen in FY24. So once we buy, for instance, the server infrastructure in FY23, it then goes back on the list if it's got a 5-year life. 24, 5 years, 29, it will show back up on the replacement reserve in that year, and then the formula will show us what needs to be added each year. There's also a column that adds interest. Currently, interest has been horrible. There were years where we generate substantial interest. And then, of course, the ending balance. What this spreadsheet doesn't show, that most of them do, is when we actually purchase it, it'll subtract out the actual cost of the item. So this is just a way that we can track expenditure or track our vehicles and equipment, when we anticipate replacing them, and the dollar figure that we anticipate needing. If you were to look at the annual contribution column, for instance, if I can, pull it up. No, not that one. Yeah, it's not going to show. Anyway, it's a formula driven. Can you see it? You see in the little white line up at the top, there's a formula that is used, built into the system, that calculates what that annual contribution will be. So it's the purchase price divided by the number of years with a factor in for inflation. And that in a perfect world, prior to the budget, we'd queue up the entire equipment replacement reserve, run the annual contribution formula, and it would spit out at the very end the amount of money that's needed. When I'm showing you here, when I'm getting to this, we're in FY27, you notice that the annual contribution stops. So those columns in column K are areas that should have dollars in them that don't. So the contribution that we're proposing in FY23, or did in FY23, was not sufficient to continue funding the items that should be funded in that process. As we're going down the list, you'll see that there's some blue lines through the document there. Those are items that don't need to have funding in them yet. They haven't been purchased for replacement. So again, we're only putting money in for those things that have actually been replaced the following year. And so as you can see, as we go down through this list, for FY23, there's a significant number of items that were not funded. And again, in a perfect world, we would have put funding aside for them. So what that means is that when you have shortfalls in your annual funding, it's going to mean that at some point you're going to have to add more money in order to purchase those items.
one point of concern, and I'm just trying to get to the bottom of the list here. You can see the chart shows the beginning balance, the annual contribution, the interest, and then the balance that we have at the end. Now that balance, of course, is not including any expenditures yet for FY23. But to the degree that we don't fund things that, our system shows us we should, it just means we're going to have to come up with that money at some point in the future. Understandably, this is all on paper, in a computer. You can use the dollars any way you want to in any given year. But the purpose of this and the value of this is for the city to understand the cost of its equipment and vehicles and to manage that cost. What we are trying to avoid, and what this has been very successful in avoiding, is having a fiscal year. For instance, can you imagine if you had to come up with $630,000 for trash trucks out of the general fund? It would whack your tax rate out, or if we had 9 police cars that we need to purchase, it would wreak havoc on the general fund. So by establishing the equipment replacement reserve, we can shield the city from those wide extremes of ups and downs for high cost years when we have particularly expensive vehicles or equipment that need to be replaced. So it's a way to smooth that out and create a process by which the city doesn't have to cough up $1 million for a couple of pieces of equipment on one year, and the next year it's $250,000. So it keeps you from those highs and lows and tries to balance out the expense. So I don't know if that was helpful, or if I added to the confusion, or if anybody's got any other questions.
Can I have some?
Is it a follow-up, Councilmember Gibson,
Well,
to
it's
this
followed
point?
up to several times because it's, yes.
All right, well, it needs to be germane to this point because Councilmember Siemens is before you. So if it's germane to this point.
Well, I guess it's germane to this point because I'm just wondering, so if an item is slated to be sold and then they're therefore replaced, if it is not sold, is that reflected, how is that reflected in this spreadsheet?
Yeah, every year we reestablish the equipment replacement reserve list. So every year we make adjustments based on what was actually purchased, the amount it was actually purchased for, or if things were delayed or changed. Say we didn't plan to buy something, but it broke down and we needed to. So we make those adjustments on a year-by-year basis. So the entire spreadsheet that is quite long gets reviewed and reestablished every year at the end of we do it at the beginning of the fiscal year, so we have a setup for a budget,
Right.
and we do it at the end of the budget year, so we have a final closed account that's all dollars and cents match.
I guess I just want to understand then, so again, if something is postponed and we're not selling it, we're going to use it for another year, then that does not subtract, obviously, from the balance needed. In other words, it stays in, if it's $50,000 car that you are going to sell,
Yep.
and you don't sell it, that's $50,000 amortized across five years, stays in as it was, or maybe gets modified slightly because it's on its 6th year.
What would happen in that case is your beginning balance would be adjusted to what the actual prior year end was. So, for instance, we added funding in the annual contribution, so that added funding would show up in your beginning balance, and the annual contribution calculation would take that into account. We would change its replacement year, and it would tell us we either need to add money or don't. There are cases where if a thing gets delayed a long time, we don't need to add funds to it, so we don't add funds to it. It just stays at the balance it is. And again, it's a formula-driven, artificial. There's no little boxes somewhere that says these $10 go to trash trucks, these $5.
Right.
It's a pool of money. This is just a construct that we use to try
Right.
to create a way to smooth out replacement expenses when they come up.
Okay, I'm still a little bit. So again, if it's delayed or postponed a year, is that an added contribution, effectively?
I'm not sure I'm understing the
It doesn't
balance.
add, the balance
Stays the
does
same.
not change.
Right.
If you
So
don't,
it does
if you don't
not
withdraw,
subtract
then you don't
if
change it.
you had taken it out, if
No.
you'd sold it, then it would,
If you sold it, then you have to replace it.
then you
and the
have.
replacement
so
would come from the
replacement
ERR.
value, let's say, so you had a $50,000 car and you decided to, you needed to replace it, then you have to add in to the contributions needed. If you don't sell that $50,000, then you don't need to add in.
Right, there wouldn't be any additional contribution. It would stay where it is with the balance it has.
balance
You-
stays
you
the
own-
same.
but- Yeah, the only items that come up are ones that have when they've been replaced and we need to put it in new to be replaced in whatever 10 years or 5 years, then that's where it shows up again. Otherwise, the current item stays where it is until it's replaced.
But I do just want to stress that holding on to older equipment, you will see the impacts of that in your general fund in terms of increased costs associated with maintenance.
Yeah, those of course are operating budget costs, and you
Mhm.
see that in Public Works' budget in terms of maintenance costs.
Yep. Councilmember Siemens.
Wow, thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. My light didn't burn out yet, so I guess I'm still on. I thank you. I'd just like to start out by saying that I do share some of the frustration expressed by Councilmember Small earlier, but I'd like to be clear that I don't blame staff and I don't blame the acting city manager for some of the frustrations. In fact, I actually appreciate the budget materials that we received this year as being an upgrade from where we've been in the past. But if I blame anybody, it's myself and my colleagues that we haven't been clear on what it is that we want to see in a budget, in the budget document, so that we can make more informed decisions. So just want to be clear on that. The challenge that we face with the budget is that, I don't remember what the percentage is of the budget is for people. And so if we're not willing to chop people, we've eliminated a lot of the possibilities for saving money. Because if you start cutting programs, in most cases it's going to be affecting people. You're going to say you're not going to have those people anymore to do that program. The other thing is, so that leaves us with the next biggest chunk, which I believe is the CIP and capital improvement budget. Again, it's very difficult there because, do we need as much equipment or spend as much on our capital improvements as we have in here? That's a difficult decision to make at this point in time. So again, it gets down to then the reserves, and as Ms. Braithwaite was just talking about, that we're trying to plan ahead with our equipment replacement reserve and with our street maintenance funds to be scientific in the way we do that, so that we can predict the money that we need, and taking money out of the reserves is kind of foolhardy because it just pushes your problem downstream and kind of compounds your problem in later years for later councils, though I would admit, not my problem. Anyways, let's get to work. We want to find things to do. I'm just going to cherry pick to get started and say that, and it was brought up at tonight's council meeting, and I, in advance, give my apologies to Director Clark that I think some valid points were made tonight about the vans. They have very low mileage. They have a low score on the evaluation of the equipment, and I'm going to have to admit I have some feelings coming into this that when we got the large van, we did it because we the council at that time felt that it was something that could really help with recreational programs, and that we have, you know, a large senior population that would be able to be better served by having a large van that handles as many people as that one did, or as that one does, and also our youth population could be transported in that. And in fact, you know, there was some discussion at the time we were looking at that well, it was going to take a commercial driver's license to drive the van. And the council at that time, my recollection is that we actually funded, you know, paying for someone in the city staff to get a commercial license, and that's never happened. And I attribute a lot of the reason that has such low mileage is because every time we want to use that van, we have to go outside of the city staff to find someone to come in and drive the van. But it's still, looking at the van itself and its condition and the number of miles it has on it, I propose that we add that to the reconciliation list. We take that off of there, not replace that van this year. Okay, but and this gets now into the question of, or the point of how difficult it is to make these decisions, because, okay, I believe that's the van that the lift gate doesn't work on, and that being the case, then, you know, if we're going to keep that van, we need to know how much it's going to cost to repair that lift gate, and that would be. That would obviously decrease the amount of savings that we could have by not replacing that van at this time. And I think it would also be helpful to know some kind of an explanation of why we do not have a staff member that gets a commercial driver's license.
We got trash trucks, though. There's no way we don't have somebody.
And that's what I was just going to say, is that we have city staff members that are not in the recreation department that either might have a commercial driver's license and could drive that vehicle, or in fact there might be other staff members who could actually get a little bit of a boost in their resume by having a commercial driver's license, and would probably appreciate it if the city helped them to do that, and might appreciate it so much that they wouldn't just run out to get another job. They would be happy to stay with the city. Anyways, that's one thing.
I'd like to second that. If that's a motion.
It doesn't have to be a motion.
It's not a motion right now.
How does it go?
You're gonna hear all my things. I'm gonna put them on here, and you can't stop me. Okay?
Okay. So just to remind folks of the rules so that we can get through this. Members can propose their items. They will be added, as Councilmember Siemens has just done, to the reconciliation list. This will continue through Monday. On Monday, we will then have an opportunity to vote and decide on which of the items on the reconciliation list will move forward to ensure that we are able to get out of here before sunrise. I am requesting for everyone to be courteous and allow council members to complete their list. Thank you all.
Okay, and for the council member not to talk so much when he does put something on the list. All right. So the second thing I'd like to put on the list is the other van, and strictly for the reason that it is low mileage and I didn't hear any indication that it needed to be replaced right now. Certainly open to hearing, you know, pushback on any of these things from staff. I have one question for the mayor, and that is, you mentioned that we will be going over this list on Monday. Is there going to be an additional reconciliation discussion after that? In other words, can we add more items to the list on Monday?
Yes, sir, you can. The only thing is, so we are not doing reconciliation on May 3rd, which is the following meeting. That is a budget gap meeting to allow staff time to prepare the budget. So I am asking for everyone to please come prepared as best as you can on Monday with your final list.
Okay, I'm going to tell you since we're getting close to the end here, I'm going to tell you my next item that, again, may be impossible to do in the amount of time that we have. And this is a case where if we're going to talk about changing city programs, it's not so easy to just say, well, I want to eliminate this program or I want to change what staff does for this, because it most often requires, I think, a policy change from this council, and so that makes it a little bit more difficult to make reductions. But I think that, I'll address it from the top. I think that the neighborhood services is doing a good job of implementing the policy as the council has defined it. I think that the policy suggests too many things in there for the neighborhood services to be doing. I know that we copied the Montgomery County policy in establishing the neighborhood services. I would like to see the amount of work that they do. And basically, I'm going to say I don't think that the city has any business going on to or telling people what they have to do in the maintenance of their house. So I would like to put in a reduction of 50% of neighborhood services with the idea that the council would, near the beginning of the year, look at revising the policy so that we reduce the amount of work that neighborhood services is doing. And for all those neighborhood services employees who are now getting nervous, and our union person who's going to be nervous because I'm talking about cutting people, I again would expect that the city could absorb that change. We're not talking about a whole lot of people, that there are other responsibilities that people could be shifted to. So be clear, I'm not trying to cut people on that. And I'll leave it at that for now. Let other people talk for a while.
May I respond to a couple of things?
Sure.
There were some questions there.
Mm-hmm.
The first two items, Councilman, the large bus and the small bus, the reductions can certainly happen, but they would not, as a point of clarification, would not impact the tax rate because they would be coming from the ERR. So, Susan, we do need to make a note here, or possibly put these items somewhere else, so that it doesn't impact the bottom line on the chart.
Yep.
And then just a question, just for clarity's purposes, the 50% reduction in neighborhood services. Do you know where within that budget you would want that 50% to come from?
It would obviously come from neighborhood services personnel, I guess, and we would be, and this would only be if the council were to support that, and that would be a commitment that we would be changing the policy of what we need neighborhood services to do.
Okay, because that budget does include, I do not remember the amount, I believe it's $35,000 this year for abatement to some, I think, 2 or 3 properties that we already have authority to address. So I just wasn't sure if you had if this just is the budget generally, or if there was a particular line item within the code enforcement budget that you wanted to reduce, because those are, that 50% of the entire department or division, or 50% of some item. Just wanted to know for clarity.
I'm talking about decreasing the amount of work that the inspectors have to do, not talking about changing anything that's already been done. Does that make sense?
Might I interject? May-
Sure.
Also, you have the position.
Anybody that can help
Yeah.
is well.
Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you. This was also on my list, but I don't know if I understand it correctly. I had code enforcement, as it is the same, one in the same division.
We're referring
I
to
had
code
written down a dollar amount, but the FTEs were not clear to me. Is it correct that we have 2 FTEs currently?
We currently have 3 FTEs.
3 FTEs.
One of those has been vacant, and so the FY '24 budget
that's what I
has one of those vacant positions moving to another division within HCD. and
Okay,
that
so
would
there
be
are
economic
currently
development.
2 FTEs in the budget that we're looking at.
That's
That
right.
wasn't, okay, so it's interesting, we did not talk prior. I had also written down what the 50% would be. I have
Must have been a good idea then.
well, for a different reason perhaps. I don't see code enforcement happening in our neighborhood actually, but that's another day, another discussion. 259 K, so it'd be half of that. I didn't do the math, but half of 259, which was wages and 1 car.
Okay.
That's,
Yeah.
anyway, just an idea for
Yeah,
now.
that's good. If you could.
Again, I have,
if you could
I
make
just
that
want to,
my-
since I'm standing up here, I just want to share the same sentiment, though, because I don't like talking about cutting staff. That is not the intention. I just felt like that might be a place for discussion.
So if you could
And
put her
I'll go back,
amount,
I'll not talk anymore.
So-
if you could put her amount on that, and you could put Hans-Zach Siemens on the thing, and then delete the one that I had on there.
Okay.
That makes sense.
All right, so I do just want to make sure that I fully understand what is being proposed. Because we're talking about people. So the only way that that you would actually realize this savings is if you eliminate 50%, one of the two. So is that the request? Because if the desire is to reallocate the staff, then you're not changing your budget.
It's,
We have empty staff positions, don't we?
That empty
And-
staff position in the budget has been repurposed to another division, so there's still the same number of FTEs.
This is just discussion for now, right?
Yep,
So-
can you turn on your mic? Yep, it is discussion for now, but I
Yeah.
do just want, because everyone is new, I am trying to help people to understand what we are proposing. So if you are proposing cutting a reduction in a department that is predominantly people, and there is an expectation for those staff to be reallocated elsewhere, then again, you are not changing
Understood.
the budget.
Understood.
And
What my proposal is that we will reduce the staff, number of people in that department. They will not, the number of positions in the city, overall city, would go down by that one person halfway through this coming year. Okay? And with the expectation that that individual would be moving into another vacant position within the city at that time. In other words, we would be able to find a slot for that person in the city halfway through the year. Sometime during that first half of the year, something would become available. That's my thought, okay?
All right,
In,
so,
in addition to the one position that is already being given up in the proposed budget. So if I understand you correctly, you're talking about giving up a position that's in the budget, that's been moved already. And then of the 2 left, reducing one of them halfway through the year.
So my
that-
percentage should be 25%, not 50%. But the amount, I would just delete that and go with Ms. Councilmember Honzak's number and just leave that as the one thing.
okay. So, Councilmember Siemens, you have other items for you, Lou?
No, I wanted to respond to Mr. Eubanks' comment on the vehicles. And you're right that they would, the amount would remain, oh no, I remember what I was gonna say, is I wanted to be clear that my goal is not necessarily to reduce the tax rate. as much as it is to not reduce our reserves that has been part of your proposed budget.
Thank you for the clarity. And we can figure this out later, but I think it's important to note that what I heard was the reduction of or maybe movement of an employee, and then
Reduction of, oh, go ahead.
and removal of a vehicle.
Right.
The
And then
vehicle, we have right now $129,000 included. The vehicle would be in the proposed budget, we are purchasing the 2 code enforcement vehicles. That would come out of CIP, so that the entirety of the 129 would not be impacting the operations. A portion of that would come from CIP. So we need to split that 129 between the 2 sources.
Okay. And I hope that this has been educational for everyone on how difficult these things are. There's, it's just, it isn't just a checklist you can go down and say, well, throw this out, throw that out. There's a lot of consideration. So it's the reduction of the 1 FTE too, right? But
Right. So we are to, I just want to make sure we got this.
But it doesn't happen right away, and
Right.
we make accommodation for the people.
Sure.
Right.
So there are 3 FTEs. We are moving an FTE to a
Right.
different department. So there are no savings from FTEs. So really, all we're talking about in terms of the reduction is a vehicle.
No, because that halfway through the year, that FTE goes away.
So halfway through the year, we
So it
are
should be-
taking it from 3 people to 2 people.
No, halfway through the year, you go from 2 people, because you
one.
only have 2 in there, you go to 1 halfway through the year.
Okay.
Okay.
Cutting.
So whatever percentage that is, I can't, I'm done. I'm
Yeah.
fried.
All right.
Thank you.
Awesome. So I apologize because I should have sent this to you all ahead of time. Can we put on the list, I'm not exactly sure about the amount, but again, this is a temporary kind of thing, but a look at our vacant positions. And I'm
Yes.
interested in the possibility of a 6-month hold. So depending on what those positions are. So if we can have on the list, I don't know what that amount is, but a decrease in the budget for a 6-month hold on vacant positions.
Director Chung, as a placeholder, if you could just choose some amount to split the 129 up by, so that we know to come back and verify the difference between the vehicle CIP deduction and the salary deduction.
The vehicle reduction would be 48,000. There
Okay.
are 2
For 2.
vehicles under co-enforcement, and the total amount is 48,000. So
Okay.
we are reducing 1 vehicle.
Right, so,
1 vehicle will be 24,000.
thank
okay?
you. So if you could reduce the 129 by, that math still doesn't work, but, and I say the math doesn't work because the 1 person's salary is not equal to the remaining amount. But we can figure that out and then provide that info to council about what the accurate number would be.
And were you taking off this decrease 50%? That could be cleaned up later.
All right.
I do have it.
Are we,
Are you proposing?
give me 1 second, I just want to give.
Yeah.
Getting mine.
My light is on this time.
And the vehicle,
been berated so
vehicle
many times for
will be
speaking out of
taken out from the general fund, so we can add to the list. Okay.
It's just
And so if you could put that in the
black.
note section, the vehicle amount.
I had to wait.
And then the 153, because it's a subtraction, it added to the deduction, so we need to add that to the negative number. Director Chung.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm giving Director Chung a little bit of time before we start throwing more stuff.
My turn.
Okay. Are we ready to go? Because I know that this can be hard, and if we keep throwing stuff at you, it's not going to get any easier.
Who's next?
I think it's Councilmember Small.
Is she done?
Lights not on, you don't get called on.
From general fund.
See?
Oh, that's his,
Yeah, it's his light.
From here, it looked like it
Yeah,
was
it's coming
Kara's
out from
light.
general fund. Yeah, so it's directly affecting the tax rate.
It's just this number should have gone down by 24.
Yeah, I already reduced it by 24.
Add 24.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Just make a note that you
Yes.
have to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, no, it's fine. We'll clean it up later. I know I'm throwing stuff out that I don't even know what the actual amount is going to be. All right, Councilmember Small.
Yeah, I'd like to just say generally, I don't think any reduction in services and recreation or anything would be of value given the nexus between youth and alleged criminality and opportunities to do silly things. I do think, however, that I would like to add $462,157 of capital outlay funding from the general fund to the list of reductions. The reason for that is I fundamentally think that our road improvement, traffic calming, safety framework is flawed, and that it is silly, therefore, to pretend like we should go ahead with the status quo when, in candor, my full objective in running for this office was the lack of awareness or respect for the exigent circumstances with regard to traffic in my neighborhood, both on the New Hampshire, on either side of New Hampshire, whether you're talking about Erskine, whichever, I say it wrong all the time because I'm from the Midwest, or cut through traffic off of New Hampshire. And so I feel that we are not addressing those issues in any way with a generalized assessment of where we should be doing streets. I don't know what the density of the substrate is on any of the streets that are selected. I don't know why or what the presupposed rate of decay of the concrete is or the wear and tear on those streets. And I am not comfortable putting any money there until I know these things. And so $462,157 from the capital improvement project total, the items funded by the general fund.
By the general fund or by ARPA?
There's one.
Okay.
I asked a question.
If you were to look at page 238, there is a summary, and it says that for the total items funded by equipment reserve, it has 1,618,000 or so. It says for CIP total funded by facility maintenance, 100,000. Then it says items funded by the general fund capital outlay, 462,000. All of that gone.
So Councilman Small, that 462,000 coming out from general fund, typically they are not related to any road surfaces and sidewalks. They are other capital improvement projects pertaining to different departments. For example, 25,000 of them coming out from general fund is for the small smart board refresh, and that's one of the IT project. That's 25,000, okay? And then the other one, let me see. And there is a $24,000 parking enforcement lease vehicle purchase. That is coming out from general fund. And then there is also the field radio equipment, $37,500. Mobile computer, $25,000. These items are all coming out from general fund. The cumulative total of these items is $462,157.
With regard to those particular spending items, are we talking about police items or are we talking about something else?
There are various department capital improvement items. Some are critically important, especially the IT project. We don't want to remove an item which we was planning to make sure that we have sufficient funding for the enhanced data center security and firewall, because this is critically important for IT operation. So that's $25,000 from the general fund.
All right, how about you keep that part and then reduce all of the rest of it?
Okay, so the other part, like the mobile computer, field radio equipment, they are important to the police department as well.
If I would argue that, I'm sorry? Oh, somebody. Oh, what?
Hello.
How many radios do you have operational right now, Chief?
We allocate and need a certain amount. I don't know the exact number, I can get that.
How many do you plan on purchasing?
I can get that number to you, but I can.
Are they related to the new cars?
Some are, some are not. Some are just replacement of existing infrastructure. We cannot have maintained radios over a certain point. There's new upgrades to them and so on and so forth.
Chief, here's the issue with this. Like, with regard to your budget, I just want to be specific. Like, there is no clear rubric for the amortization schedules for these items for you. And because of that, like, I get that you need new radios if you got new cars or you need stuff, but the nexus here is that if everybody is going to have to take a hit here and you can run a radio for another year, then you're going to have to run a radio for another year. And so I want to be candid about the fact that I understand everyone in here is going to be really upset about getting cuts to their budget and they think they absolutely need everything. But if we are going to keep people, then we have to cut things.
Councilmember Small, I can just tell you, we've already done that with our budget. When we cut the 2% from the police department, we already did that. Anything that we have in here is critical infrastructure that we need. So all I can tell you is you can put it on the list, but it's a critical infrastructure that we need. If you want to come back and we can give you comprehensive information about how many radios we have, how many we're replacing, what is going in new cars. Just so you know, these are not for new cars, because when we do the ERR and we do the cross replacement of a car, it includes the radio. So these are replacement of radios that we desperately need. We can't continue to use radios. The last thing we need is an officer in the field and the radio does not work. The radio malfunctions when they're in an emergency or need to contact dispatch. So these are both our portable radios that our officers use in the field, and they're also our radios that go into our vehicles. And there's other stuff in the CIP related to police items and other departments that I think it's very important that as the council reviews looking at cutting these items, that they understand not just for the police, but for IT and other departments, understand what they're cutting and what the impacts are, because it can't just be a blanket.
Chief, and my response to you on that would be that if people ask a lot about what specifically is going to be under each individual thing, and everything is absolutely critical, but we are still really far away from a number that anybody that I've talked to as a council member thinks is legitimate, then we got real problems. And the manner in which we are receiving the information about what it is that all of these numbers correspond to is a little bit frustrating, because if we have to get 5 radios instead of 10 or whatever else, fine. But I don't think that any of maybe the rest of the council doesn't feel the same way, but I don't appreciate being put in the position where I am being forced to make a decision where where the staff really thinks that they absolutely need everything. And the people who elected us really think that the salaries are too high and that the services don't go out the way they're supposed to, and that we got too many police and all of these things. And so somewhere in the middle is reason. And I would like to get to that point. So I remain with the $462,000 and $462,157 until somebody tells me what every single thing in that expenditure is, so that I can reduce my opinions on that.
Okay.
The next
so-
one I would have would be, I would also like to see that what particular things can be removed from the street budget. In particular, let me find the right page of Public Works.
244.
244, let's do that. I do not think that we should spend any money on traffic calming or street rehab until we have changed those policies. And so I would also remove $650,000 from the current budget until we can understand what it is that we are actually doing with it. I would not make any changes to the library, and I, if anything, would legitimately look at whether or not we can expand services for youth, since we seem to be doing so well in those services. I know kids who used to be much more snotty than they are now from being here every day. I know my son and his friends.
I'm
So
so sorry
yes,
to cut you off, Councilmember Small, but I want to make sure that I understand what's being proposed.
I'm
So-
taking out all of the street construction and traffic calming, $600 and some odd $1,000. I would appreciate no changes to the recreation budget and no changes to the library.
Okay, so that's on page 244.
Yep,
Street rehab.
Street rehab.
Is 350.
Street rehab is listed as 350 and it's coming from the ARPA fund. So is the recommendation to move the $350,000 from the ARPA fund to rec?
no, I am saying we should take all of that out, and therefore we would have $600 additional $1,000 in ARPA money to do something else more innovative with. That's what I am saying. I don't think any of these, I'm not convinced that any of our current opinions or directions with regard to street calming are at all reflective of where exigent circumstances or need are. And so I would like to see no spending in those areas until we figure that out.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I am clear and I'm correct, make sure that I'm summarizing this correctly. So Councilmember Small is putting on the table all of the streets traffic calming at 300. That's in the ARPA fund, and the street rehabilitation, $350,000 that is in the ARPA fund, and is proposing the elimination of those line items.
At this point, I am, yes.
Okay. And then you had mentioned a redirect to recreation. Is it
No,
the
I didn't
entire?
mention, that was a misstatement. The only other redirect or other thing that I would have in here would be that I am concerned about the first floor renovation number, and I can't find it in here to tell you what it is.
The first floor or the third floor? First or third?
Which floor is this?
2.
And then the third is we're
Ups-
going to put computers and TV stuff, right? And then downstairs is the renovation is for the police department and the and the mental health thing, correct?
Yeah, and the atrium, closing it off.
Yes, and closing off the atrium. Closing off the atrium, I would think is a second floor thing. Am I wrong about that? Because technically you're putting a ceiling in.
It's as we've been discussing it, it's a first floor renovation, meaning the police level renovation. Because the additional space will be on that level.
Is there going to still be a hole?
No.
At this level? So people are going to be able to walk.
Yes.
All the way across there.
That's right.
Okay.
Still let in, so it can be offices below it.
I'm also confused.
So just to remind colleagues around the atrium fill-in. So one of the major issues is the fact that we have, as Councilmember Small put it, a big hole in the middle of the floor, which means you have less usable space for offices. It also means that the 3 floors serve as a bit of an echo chamber. So if you have someone who comes in and they talk to the police department, you can hear them all the way on the 3rd floor. So to ensure privacy, but also to address the space needs for staff and to accommodate our mental health counselors and others, the atrium fill-in is designed to close in to reduce the echo chamber and provide more floor space or usable space for expanded office support, including making sure that we're able to have the space necessary for the mental health counselors, new signage, and separation of the police department a little bit more.
That I understand. What
Mhm.
I guess what I am talking about is, are any perceived upgrades going to happen on this level as a result of the atrium being filled in? Because if it's just gonna be another big room, that's one thing. But if we're adding office space or doing other things on this level, I would prefer we don't.
I'm referring to Director Eubanks, but no, my understanding is that there are no additional modifications that will be made on this level. However, keep in mind, we also have the library construction that is happening that may have implications for what happens on this level. So there is a little bit of the space that involves, like, there's a couple of little rec rooms and bathrooms, that kind of thing, that is a part of the library.
That I understand. I don't have any problem with that. I guess what my concern about this is that when we're talking about the 3rd floor, what specifically are we talking about the build out for IT? Is it a television studio? Like what are we even doing?
Storage and additional offices. So there's the section outside of the finance window. And I think we spoke about this a little bit the other day. That will be enclosed to allow for the IT space and the city TV space to be expanded. And those designs were shared and with council, and it shows exactly that. Just a bump out is essentially of the existing wall to encompass what is now just a underutilized desk.
And this is going to be paid for both with the city funds and the cable money?
It is $75,000 coming from the facility maintenance reserve,
Mhm.
and $125,000 is coming from another fund, which is the special revenue fund. the
And that's
cable grant.
from, that's
Yeah.
the
They are
cable
not-
licensing fee.
Yeah, they are not going to affect the tax rate.
All right. Is there the last thing I will ask about this is there a legitimate analytical budget here that says specifically what monies are coming from what fund for each of these items?
The document that's in front of you shows the CIP budget and the fund next to each other. So
Are you talking about on the screen?
on the screen, there's
Okay,
a,
what page is this? Is this a page in here?
Yeah. Yep.
this is page
Yes.
244.
Okay. Yes, exactly. So why am I then confused about what monies are coming from what fund? If, like, at the end of the day, is there some list where you have a 1-to-1 of these monies are coming out of the general fund, these things are coming out of the special revenue fund, these things? Does that exist somewhere and I'm just missing it? Or can you provide that to me?
The CIP budget shows that. So if you look at the first column, it shows the fund, and it shows the the fund that it's coming from. So ARPA, general fund,
That's not
SCF
not what I
is
mean,
this speed camera fund.
Yeah, see, this is not help, like, let me just, I'm just explaining why this would
Councilmember
be
Small, I just
helpful
want
to
to
me.
make sure I understand what, I think I get what you're saying. What you're asking for is the ability to sort that list.
Yeah.
So that you have all of the general fund items together, all of the ARPA items together, all of the special revenue fund funded items together.
Correct. That is what I would like, and I don't really feel comfortable going forward without that information.
Okay.
Is yeah, this is something I can provide separately by Monday, that I will have my general, the CIP list. I will sort it by fund to show what are the itemized items under each fund. So
Thank
it will be easier to see, okay?
That would be
But-
wonderful.
But
I
it
don't know
will,
why we didn't
it
start
will,
that.
it will be not, it will not be the same, excuse me, like on the proposed budget. It will be a spreadsheet form, okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No
Thank you, Director Chung.
All right, Councilmember DeBala.
Oh, am I next? Okay. So another way to look at the sidewalk work is to talk about, what is realistic to do in fiscal 24. And another way to talk about the street rehab is to say, you know, what are the most critical on the list that you gave, that the Public Works gave us. So for the sake of argument, I went through and said, for the new sidewalks, which is $300,000, I proposed that we cut that by 100,000, and I say that because one of the three projects that's listed for fiscal 24 is basically ready to go, and it's estimated at 191,000, and the other two, as far as I am aware, are less well-developed and are maybe not going to be ready in fiscal 24. And I wouldn't even bother with it probably, except that the idea of taking ARPA money and using it for using it this kind of purpose makes me a little nervous. So that's my suggestion on sidewalks, and that's why. On street rehab, and I'm happy to talk to Public Works or to any council member to revise this if this doesn't work. On street rehab, I looked at the street lists and I said to myself, if we cut it at a point where, you know, the most critical ones are getting done and the last couple are not getting done, the last couple were rated 72 and 77, which is a little higher in the scale, and the lower numbers are still included. I suggest that the other thing that I didn't quite understand, that list said it was $318,000 for fiscal 24, and what is budgeted is 350. So to make a long story short, I subtracted from the 318, and so I propose that we have a not quite $100,000 reduction there to be true to the math that I suggested. It would be a 90, I think it's a 92.
I think just a general number is fine, because those are just estimates anyway.
Okay,
And that list can change based on, you know,
Right.
existing conditions and what happens,
Yes.
what utilities are going to be where.
So
Just
yeah, so
set an
the-
amount and we will figure out what we can do.
So let's make it, but that's how I got to the neighborhood.
And that rating, of course, you want to realize was done the last time the street rating was
Right,
completed.
which
So
is
it's
a
not a
while
current
ago.
number. It was
Right.
several years ago.
Yeah. So at any rate, that makes 100,000 out of, and those are both out of ARPA. We're getting to the general fund. It's not a lot, but I would suggest that we put the neighborhood commercial improvements back in ARPA. So that it would be a $57,457 reduction into the general fund from HCD, and I got the page number here somewhere. Page. Well, maybe I don't have the page number. Sorry about that.
This was commercial, what do you call
The
it?
neighborhood commercial improvements, because that's where it was last year. Pardon? Page 249, thank you. I was looking in the wrong section of HCD. And that is a general fund reduction. And then last but not least, going back to the question of the code specialist. So I would propose that we add that code review to that list of things we are definitely gonna do. That I sent around earlier today. And I feel that if we are already proposing, let me rephrase that, if staff is already proposing to reduce that department from 3 people to 2 people because they feel that they can handle the workload. Oh, and I'm not even convinced about that, but let's just say that that is true. I'm really not comfortable with taking another person out of there. I do agree we should look at the policy, and I also think that we should look at the repurposing. I understand that that some repurposing among staff is within the realm, the job of the city manager. But I feel that this council has been making staffing decisions in terms of programming. And so to me, it looks like an increase, perhaps a legitimate one, an increase in the economic development program. And I think we should discuss it. And so the format seems to be that I propose to cut it and then we can discuss it. So I would like to suggest that instead of transferring that position, that we do in fact cut that position. And I'm talking about from the code position to from code, there's 3 people. And it's proposed that, let me rephrase that, there's 3 positions. And there is proposed that one which is currently vacant be taken out of HCD, so that, to me, that's a cut in a program, and moved to economic development. To me, that's an increase in a program. Maybe I'm warped in my thinking. So I would like to be able to discuss that in the context of the budget. So I am proposing that working on it, it's 11 o'clock. I'm proposing that we cut the economic specialist, as I see it, a new economic specialist position, so that everybody can be conscious of this reprogramming and decide whether this is a worthwhile endeavor for our city. And it might be, but I'd like to kick it around.
Cindy, can
and
I
so
add-
that's,
Councilmember Small, you've not been acknowledged.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to.
and so that's, I'm gonna find it. It's.
All right,
in-
I'm so sorry. I just
And I
want to
also
remind
feel-
my colleagues,
I-
give me 1 second.
Sorry.
It is 11:06 and there are other lights that are on. And I want to be mindful of the time as well as respectful of colleagues when they are speaking. So please, again, I cannot stress enough the importance of waiting until you are acknowledged.
So.
Councilmember Duvall, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I was just about done. So then my last addition to the list would be to decrease the 1 FTE. I don't know, how do you decrease a position that isn't there yet? To decrease the funds in economic development that are targeted for the position. And then we can all think about it and decide if that's what we want to do. I thought I saw Ira's hand up.
So yeah, I did. Ira, are you there?
I'm here. Yeah, I know there's a lot to talk about. I actually don't want to talk, or if I have a moment, I'm happy to give some context. If not, I can let you all continue going as well.
I would
Amy,
be
go ahead.
happy to have the context tomorrow. I only, I would have called you, except that I didn't.
Yeah,
focus on this until late this afternoon, my bad.
It might be helpful, Ira, to just give a quick overview of the plan for the position and the rationale for the move.
Certainly, and really briefly, I actually mostly wanted to just also as acting director of HED weigh in on the code enforcement conversation as well. And I just want to point out real quickly for council that, of all of these cuts that are being discussed so far, that code enforcement one is the only one that is considering taking an active staff member and not just an open position, and eliminating that existing long-term staff member's position. So I just want to make sure that that's clear and point out that, this is a staff member with a lot of experience in code enforcement. It's probably not as easy as just transferring them and transferring those skills that they've built to a new position. So I just wanted to point that out on the record real quickly. As far as the economic development specialist goes, correct. The kind of intention was to transition one of those 3 existing neighborhood services positions, transfer one of them into the economic development realm, into the economic development specialist position. I think maybe not speaking out of turn, we'd love to have all of our positions, but we'd be more concerned with saving existing staff members than new positions. That position would certainly be extremely helpful in allowing us to do more both development work and property growth work that would kind of increase the tax base for the city, increase city revenues. And that's really the intent behind the entire economic development division, which has always existed, at least since I've been here, with just the one staff member. So that position would allow us to enhance both our outreach as well as our working with individual property owners on enhancing their properties and thus enhancing the property tax assessment and revenue from those properties.
Thank you for that. I hear you. I also noticed that we've cut, for example, interns in several places that are very helpful in doing a lot of the kinds of things for their program that you just described. So that's why I think we ought to discuss it.
Certainly, and if I could just say one piece to that, Councilmember, which is that the economic development budget did originally have an intern position that was cut in FY23. So
I was just gonna get to the part where are we talking about using ARPA funds are we talking about adding projects to ARPA right now or not?
It was discussed that in order to facilitate the discussions around things that impact the general fund, if it is not something that will have an implication for the general fund, I'm asking for you to hold those items until we have more time to discuss ARPA.
Okay, I would just say then that some of the intern positions that were reduced and some of the recreation stuff people are talking about, to me, make great ARPA. They make a lot more sense to me to use ARPA money than to use ARPA money for general roads and sidewalks, which I have now just freed up some money for. So we don't have to put them on the list. That's okay. And
if you want us to just make sure that we are keeping track of them,
list.
even though, we can keep it on the list.
Okay.
So if we can.
There was a lower down, there was an ARPA space.
Yep, there was an ARPA space.
We
We
don't
can
have
send
to
it
do
forward.
tonight. I'll send it forward tomorrow in writing. And I will send in a couple of questions because there were a couple about speed. Well, I think I just speed camera funds and stuff, but we don't have to do that now.
Okay.
I think that's it for me.
Okay, Councilmember Gibson.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, we're still missing.
Yeah,
I'm also keeping track,
Thank you.
Okay,
Council.
thank
Council.
you.
several of the items I was thinking of recommending or proposing have been partially suggested. So I'm going to fill in where it was not. The one that was recommended to postpone, the one recreation bus. Actually, I guess it was changed to 2 recreation. I'd like to propose that we postpone one of the trash trucks, which is 315,000. The main reason is because of our need to reduce the budget and live within our means. And if we can go another year with it, that's what I would like to do. So that's one recommendation.
Okay, so Councilmember Gibson, I just want to make sure that I'm clear on what you're recommending. So you are recommending postponing, so pushing the trash truck from 2024 to 2025.
Exactly.
Okay.
And is that a general fund item?
Yes,
that's
and
the ERR.
again, that's
That's
the
the
ERR, and that will not impact the general fund.
I know, we've
All right, I just
dipped
got-
into that. Yeah, I know. That's why that suggestion of trying to break it out by general, it would have been easier, but so there's this one also, this next one was discussed briefly and it has to do with this facilities replacement reserve. And that is a proposal to postpone the 3rd floor renovation, which is 200,000. But that's not general fund, but just letting you know, since we're working through this. And in terms of the sidewalks and street resurfacing, there's some good discussion here. I was wanting to postpone 1/4 of the sidewalk work, including ADA retrofits, SHA sidewalks, and traffic calming. So that's 100, that quarter is 187,000.
Can you
But-
repeat those 3 again?
Yes, it's the sidewalk work that includes ADA sidewalk retrofits, SHA sidewalks, and then traffic calming expenditures. And then my
And how much would you want to see from each of those?
the combined is 187,000. My recommendation to that is that specific allocations of those postponed funding would be determined by the Public Works Director in consultation with the council. I'd also like to recommend that most, and this is partly covered by council members Dabala, the street rehabilitation, that all but the Hopewell and Kentland Avenues be postponed. That would, and those there, that's 270,000.
That is taking place this year, so that's a FY '23 expenditure.
It was in the budget for 24, I thought, but if it's not, great, because I went over and I looked at it. It's still in being done this year because I saw that the sidewalk is, but not the street. I'm talking about
I
street.
thought you were talking about sidewalks. Yeah,
No,
street
the
resurfacing
street
is.
resurfacing, I'm
Yeah,
talking.
once we do sidewalk work, we replace curbs.
No,
and
which
you-
makes absolute
do
sense.
need
So I want to maintain that, but everything else, 1/4 of everything else reduced.
So
Yep.
do you have an amount?
The 1/4 is 187. The total that it was made up of, let me see if I can find my
I
notes.
thought the 187 was your ADA, new sidewalks and traffic.
It was all of those things, yes.
Plus the street?
And then the second item is the streets.
Okay, so what was the
The-
reduction?
Oh,
for the streets?
the street rehabilitation, that would be a reduction would be 270,000.
Okay, so we've got a reduction of 187 that includes
Which-
ADA sidewalks, SHA sidewalks, and traffic calming. And
Right.
then you have another reduction for all but Hopewell and Kentland road resurfacing, and that reduction is 270.
Exactly, thank
Okay.
you. I am a little confused about the neighborhood services. But the organizational assessment report recommended that neighborhood services, which included parking, would come to housing and community development. So I was wanting to recommend that we eliminate the police neighborhood services, the parking division, 2 positions, then add one of those positions to code enforcement, housing and community development,
So
where it was recommended to go.
Okay, so neighborhood services was broken up into code enforcement that went to HCD and parking enforcement stays within police.
Yes,
So you're saying that you want to eliminate a parking position.
move that function,
Uh-huh.
parking function from police to housing and community development. The reason that was given was that they thought that the mission of the neighborhood services aligns best with housing and community development. And that was.
Okay, I'm so
or-
sorry to cut you off, Councilmember Gibson, but are you saying to move the parking enforcement
Yes,
to HCD?
yes.
Okay,
And-
is the
and that-
chief still on the line? Because I don't think that is possible.
Well,
There's a legal reason
well, I'm
behind
just
it.
saying, this
Yeah.
was recommended by that organizational assessment, and I thought it made sense, and in the process, we could perhaps.
Yeah, I
remove-
think the organizational assessment actually recommended that we move the neighborhood services to HCD, not parking enforcement.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Cersey, that is correct. It was the code enforcement component of it that was previously in HCD, was moved to the police department maybe 7 or 8 years ago, that they recommended moving back to HCD, not parking enforcement. Parking enforcement has always been under the police department.
Right.
So if you look at the intimate details of the report, it says the code enforcement component. Now the thing in the budget book that may be confusing is we have not changed
The name.
the neighborhood services section in our department to parking enforcement. But absolutely, as Mayor Cersey said, that was not part of the recommendation I recall in the assessment, and it just is not really practical to move parking enforcement out of the police department. Code enforcement, yes, parking enforcement, no.
I was just, so since neighborhood services investigations and enforcement actions focus on quality of life issues and significant component of their workload is public education, the mission of the division aligns better with those of housing and community development.
It's that when they speak
Maybe
of
that again, where it's where the neighborhood services has been named was not changed to parking as it should have been. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay,
When they're speaking
so-
of neighborhood services, they're speaking specifically of code enforcement.
Yeah,
That's not a function of parking enforcement. So
Okay, all right, well, then-
that
then,
verbiage is specifically related to that.
I'll retract that. Again, the name nomenclature was confusing and maybe needs to be fixed. Thanks. Let's see what's else. I'd like to propose that the police budget would replace replace 5 patrol cars rather than 7. So to reduce reduce police cars from 7 to 5, which would be a savings of $140,000 from what I've read.
And again, it's an ERR, so it wouldn't have a general fund impact.
Okay, all right. And lastly, I'd like to propose an increase in the property tax credit, which I think is under HCD. I think it's now 140,000. And I'd like to increase that to double that. The reason being that we have property tax, because we need to, the number of house burden folks is pretty significant, and many more are eligible than took advantage of it. So we need to do the outreach and have the tax credit available to meet that outreach, assuming that we get, at least an additional amount, then that would increase that. My recommendation is to increase it, to double it and add 140,000. Again, the burden, the
Incentives not in, outreach materials and?
I guess I would combine it, outreach materials and incentives, but we need to have the money to, in other words, when they apply for it, to do.
Yeah, so he's proposing to double the tax incentive, or the tax rebate program.
And I'm open to.
What would the amount be?
The amount, Cindy, the amount was 140.
140. It was 135 last year.
Another 140,000. Yep.
It was 135 last year, and since we are probably going to go up on our taxes, then the impact will be that much harder on homeowners. And that's all I have.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Gibson, if you can turn your light off. Looks like Councilmember Fulcher.
I would like to add in, I guess this is a question for Director Braithwaite. I was told that you guys priced out bulletin boards a couple years ago, and that Councilwoman DeBala's recollection that they were about $2,000 each. Does that sound right to you?
I think it was more than that, but.
Bulletin boards? Is it fourth?
But anyway, go ahead. We can always work out the number.
Yeah.
Say what you were gonna say.
I would like to add into the budget, purchasing 4 bulletin boards for use at parks that don't currently have them, or other public spaces for help with outreach.
Councilmember, can you say that number again?
4 bulletin boards for public outreach.
At $2,000 a piece.
Why don't we budget $20,000 then? Because it sounds like, and that would just be 2 bulletin boards then. How much do you think it was?
We'll figure this out.
Yeah,
Right,
the
because-
dollar amount will get figured out.
Okay.
We can assume 4, but that's the ask, 4
That's
bulletin
fine.
boards?
Yeah, 4
Okay.
bulletin boards.
Yeah, go with 4 boards.
Whatever it costs.
Okay, and then also, and I was thinking that would come from ARPA money because it's community outreach. I would also like to budget $1,000 for snacks, for adding in a once a month night for having volunteer provided babysitting, so that parents can come to council meetings to provide public comment. So sorry, that's 1,000 total, not times 12. It's not for babysitting. The babysitting will be provided by, it's just, I'm just guessing like $100 per, I mean, that's probably an overestimation. But let's just put $1,000 there for now.
In order to have, are you proposing rec staff?
No.
No, so it's just volunteers, snacks for volunteers.
Yes.
Okay.
Snacks for volunteers and the kids hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
So those are my 2 increases for right now. For reductions,
We would have to figure out, I don't know if you can have volunteers babysitting kids.
okay, we'll have to figure it out.
Greg?
There's liability issues.
Mhm.
Greg, we figured that out.
Let's leave it there for now and we'll figure it out.
Yes.
It's only $1,000.
Yes, we can. Okay.
Okay, for a decrease, I see a lot of biking stuff going on in the budget on page 249. With the Maple Avenue project and the New Hampshire Avenue bikeway design. And so I would suggest decreasing the other bike improvements, the $40,000.
Is that a matching for something?
I don't see it as a matching for something. The other ones are all being
Yeah.
matched. And so I just see us doing a lot of bike work that's being matched. So I would propose eliminating the bike work that is not being matched.
Find out what it is.
40,000.
Yeah.
Councilmember Fulcher, can you just give me that page again?
Sure, it's 249.
Okay.
And it's the 4th one down.
Okay, we're just trying to make sure that we capture it.
And
Is snacks to be ARPA as well as the bulletin boards, or no?
we can leave it at, I don't.
Leave
I
it
don't
in
care.
general fund and
it's
just move the bulletin
$1,000.
boards to ARPA?
Yeah, we'll figure it, yeah, it could be, I mean, because it is for outreach, so if we want to do it as ARPA, I would feel comfortable with that. And then. Yeah, that's it for me for right now. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Councilman Gibson, I guess I kind of want to go halfway between what Councilman Small and Councilman Gibson said, which is not spending the money. Mine would be a hold and not spending any money on sidewalks or traffic calming measures until we have a new policy in place for instituting those measures. So it's a hold with the amount that Councilman Gibson suggested for both of those numbers.
Can you give me that again? That
Yeah,
includes
so
the
it's-
ones that have been approved,
So
so we
just
wouldn't
take,
build anything?
yeah, take 94 and 95, copy paste, put Fulcher and put hold in parentheses. rather than-
94 and 95? Oh,
Yep, the line items. So what you, yep, so gotcha, Councilmember Fulcher. What Councilmember Fulcher is saying is instead of proposing an actual decrease in terms of street rehab and traffic calming, actually putting it on hold, like those funds can't be expended until we have the new process in
Yeah,
place.
so I guess, I'm sorry, that would be 92 and 93, not 90, yeah, so the same numbers as 92 and 93.
So there's a you want to review street rehab policy? Or you're just wanting to review the traffic calming and new
So
sidewalk
the
policy?
proposals from the Complete Safe Streets Committee.
Yeah, it didn't affect street restoration. That's just milling
Okay,
and
so I
paving.
guess it's traffic calming and sidewalks that I'm talking about, not street.
So that'd be
rehab.
the 187.
Yes. Except I don't think that.
Well, the 187,
Oh, I'm
included-
sorry, you wanted to do Councilmember.
it's Councilmember
Gibson,
Small's number,
oh,
Small's number.
Which is,
It's the ARPA dollars. So
I don't see it. I think
the
it's- Oh, it's
300,
down in ARPA,
yeah, it's the traffic calming, which is 350,
350.
and then sounds like the new sidewalk process as well, which would be 100,000. The
Three-
street rehab would remain the same, so we don't.
So it would be a 350 hold, not a
50 hold and then
$350
a
increase.
$100,000 hold.
So I'm not sure how to show that.
I don't think we need to change it. I think we just need to change the, if we're marking these as who's presenting, I think it's a Councilmember Fulcher, Councilmember Small combo for the purpose of this exercise.
So it's a decrease or a hold.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll just note that beside it.
That would be great, thank you.
Okay.
So let's go to top here, the street rehab was.
Councilmember, what three of yours?
3 of my 4 have not gotten on here, and I did
just
send it to them, so maybe this.
In the ARPA?
Or maybe
Yeah,
it's
we're looking
going
at
in there
ARPA right now.
Okay, it'll get worked out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Honzak.
Okay, if I'm still awake. Okay, I think a lot of mine actually have been stated already, so if, just for the record, it's useful to have my name on there. Is that helpful?
Yep.
Okay, so, so Director Chung, I guess I'm asking for a name to be added on several of them. Should we start from, I'll start from the top.
Yeah.
One, I guess you've already got my name on the one from Siemens regarding code enforcement. And I'd like to add my name to the one trash truck purchase, not both. I know that's from the ERR.
So that's this one. Yeah, so Gibson and Honzak.
I'd like to add my name to the reduction on the police cars 7 to 5 or possibly 7 to 6. Again, it's a discussion. I want to hear from the chief, how that's going to impact things. Again, I know that's from the ERR. So you can just add my name there. Yep. Wait, hold on. Let's see. Oh yeah. Yeah, you have your Yep. And then I wanted, let's see, how did that end up going in on the traffic calming? Did you put in a separate line item, Fulcher, on traffic calming just now, or was it right? Or are you talking about the one in the ARPA funds or this
Yes,
one?
let's scroll down to ARPA.
Okay. Actually, but I'm interested. You can go back up to Gibson, actually. I'm interested in looking at the general fund here. So I'd like to put a hold on traffic calming, maybe also sidewalks. I don't have a dollar amount. Can you just put my name next to Gibson on this one on traffic calming?
But they're not general fund items.
Oh, this is not the general, I'm
No,
not looking at the
that's-
general fund
those
now.
are ARPA funded items.
Oh, this is the ARPA one. Is there no traffic calming in the general fund?
Right.
Okay, then go ahead and put my name on there. That's fine. Sorry. And we hadn't had a chance to discuss it. I hadn't put a specific number on it, but I will add my name to the 4 bulletin boards. Did you have specific places in mind, Fulcher, for those 4 bulletin boards already?
No.
Okay. So then if you'll just add my name to that, I agree with ARPA funding being used for that. Let me go to my other page. Are we together?
Take the 20 out of it.
Okay, I think I've gotten through most everything. I have one that can't probably go on the chart, but if you want to put it as a placeholder, it probably will require some sort of policy discussion. I don't know. I'm going to look at Daryl. I'm going to look at you here. I am interested in considering whether we hold for a year on using, I know it's the tree fund, but using the tree fund for private single-family household properties. And I do understand that that's coming out of the tree fund. I understand there are restrictions on the fund. I know that's not going to have a direct impact right now on the tax rate. I can share more by email about why I'm suggesting that and
Those
what that
funds
means.
also do multifamily commercial as well as single.
Yes, so I'd like to see that continue, multifamily, commercial, and city right of way, but not necessarily the single family households. And I understand that that has an impact on our tree cover, and those are the empty spaces remaining. And I understand a lot of other things about that, but I'd like to discuss that further by email.
Did you have an amount?
I don't, because I don't know the amount. If you have a ballpark amount on what that would be helpful. That would be a useful dollar figure for me. If it's a really tiny dollar amount, then maybe it's not that relevant. I would like to know approximately how
We
much
had asked for 97,000.
for single family households.
For the entire program. It goes to multifamily, commercial, single family.
So I think that may require that wouldn't require policy change, but I'm going to put some other things in writing about the tree fund and some thoughts on that and whether that's appropriate for this budget discussion. It's getting to 11:30. Okay, I think I just have one more right now. And this one, again, is not a line item. This is Chief. Are you by any chance still on? He's still with us? No, maybe not.
Hey, I'm still here. Just took me a
Oh,
minute.
you are?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna throw a really tough one out because people are gonna call me the really, really bad guy talking about FTEs. I would like to hear an honest discussion about the size of our police force, and there's been a ton of discussion about that in my ward. And I have really mixed feelings about it myself because I'm incredibly happy with the service that we're getting. I just would like to hear that later. I don't necessarily want to go there. I'm not proposing it right now, just to be clear. I don't want to put it on here. I'm throwing it out because this is the nature of the discussion.
If I can just interject, because it's really important. We just did a comprehensive organizational assessment of the entire city. And that study should be available to you all. I think I said it in some of the questions that were asked from Councilmember DiBala. There was a comprehensive review of the police department and all departments within the city. They came back and evaluated and stated that our estimated allotment, or what we should have as far as FTEs, was 43, where we are. And understand that was done. A lot of it is based on crime numbers. That was done with crime numbers that were at record lows at the time. So if we did that again, it may be a different number, it may be a higher number, but I would refer you to that organizational assessment that was done. I would refer any resident that is wondering how we got to that FTE number to that study, and that will give you a comprehensive overview of why that the organizational assessment company felt that 43 FTEs was appropriate for the city of our size with the number of calls that we have and so on and so forth. So I think that's really important. I think that's very
Okay, yeah, no, I might need a refresh on where to find that particular study in my deep email box. That would be very helpful to have that by my side.
I think
The piece
I will
that
send that to you.
related to police was sent out again today at about
Oh.
5 o'clock.
Okay, I probably haven't seen that yet. Okay.
And the report was also in the original binder that everyone received.
The original orientation.
The original orientation
That,
binder.
is that the same report that,
Yes.
okay, that we got right in the very beginning? Okay, okay. Why do I have a number 46 in my head? Is there a reason for that? Is that just the wrong number that I have in my head about the size of the force? 43. Were
We have 40.
were we
40
trying to be at 46?
No, just for clarification, we have 43 sworn FTEs. 2 of those FTEs are paid through the speed camera fund. So we have 41 FTEs that are paid through the general fund. There are 2 FTEs, sworn FTEs, and 1 civilian FTE that is paid through the speed camera fund. So that's where we are as far as our allotment, but I'm not sure where the 46 number
No,
came
it
from.
was in my head. I remember I had jury duty this week, so I didn't have all my my T's crossed and I's dotted. I apologize. Thank you. That's it for right now. I will have a lot more in writing. Thank you.
Councilmember DeValle?
Yeah, I just sent you an email with the points that I made that didn't make it onto the table yet, including the economic specialist is not on here.
Can you repeat that? What do you want to see?
Yes, I made
Decrease?
3 additional points besides the one that's listed here. And I just sent Susan an email listing them so you can add them in the morning, but I just wanted to mention it because one of them is the economic specialist. It does come from general fund and it is a larger number than most of the others. So I'm making sure it gets on here and we get to talk about it. It is a vacant staff position that is budgeted and on page 188, and I cannot break out the total because
Would be about
different-
$60,000
There you go. Plus benefits.
plus benefit.
Yeah. Thank you.
So you could probably call it close to 80.
80, 60 plus benefits.
Okay, Councilmember Hunsack?
Yeah, I just really quickly, Mayor, regarding that reserve discussion, again, I don't know how this figures into this discussion now, but a placeholder for some discussion around whether or not we might be able to adopt a lower tax rate based on the fact that we might make some adjustments in our contribution to 2 of the reserves that sound like they're a little bit more fungible, the housing reserve possibly, and what is the other one?
We only have the $200,000 is a grant, and then we have the mandatory contribution to the emergency reserve, and then we have a $550,000 contribution to the ERR. So there's
Okay.
yeah. So there's not much.
So there's not much there is, and I guess what I didn't clarify on the reserves is, I thought that I read in the article that you sent us, but I haven't seen it here. I'm a little bit confused. That you had proposed not a 0 contribution back into the unassigned reserves, but something like an 800,000 contribution to those reserves. Am I
The unassigned
misremembering
reserve,
that?
I don't remember what
No,
it increases to, but it's the total for the year is 3.9 million. The overall deduction from the fund balance is $943,000.
The fund balance of the general fund right now is $10,628,180. That's the general fund balance, including all the reserve as well as the unassigned reserve.
the balance that I'm referring to, Director, is the net difference between additions, deletions, net of the bond reserve. That negative amount should be $943,000, I believe,
The bond,
excluding the bond.
not.
So what I'm talking about is the delta between what we're adding and what we're taking away, which is the
Which-
deduction in the overall fund
So
balance.
negative,
It's a negative
negative
943.
900.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and revisit, but I don't have it. in front of me.
Okay. Just as a quick time check, it is 11:42. Councilmember Gibson.
Yeah, just one last point too. The scenarios that you were comparing against the constant yield and then our current rate. I guess personally, and I don't know whether you want to add it to here, but I've personally been thinking that constant yield plus CPI is what I was aiming at, which is a slightly different number. I think that the justification is what we made last year plus inflation, and that's I think that would bring us to 0.5447. They're similar. Yeah. So anyhow, if you could consider that, or at least this, here's one council member that's interested in that as the target.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any additional lights. One thing that I would like to ask of staff is to what extent we may be aware of, and given that we're getting a little closer to the end of the fiscal year, any items or projects that may not be expected to be implemented from this year's budget, from the FY23 budget, any vacant positions or potential salaries, salary cost savings, and so that it'll help us to get a better understanding of how that may actually impact our 24 budget. Is the expectation that we may be able to have some insight on that, or is that something that we won't receive until after this budget is passed and it will be through the first budget amendment?
We can, if we were to hold the current vacancies constant for X number of months, we can give you that. Our goal was to get fully staffed because
Yeah.
we got delays and a ton of stuff. And then the vacancies that we have are, for the most part, I'd say 95% of them are what I would consider critical hires. But if that is an analysis that you would like us to do, we can certainly provide you those numbers.
Is that what you were asking?
That's what I was, but I was also asking about the end of the budget year 23. And so as part of the FY23 closeout, what, if we have any vacant positions, salary savings associated with those vacancies, my assumption would be that as we're getting ready to close out 23, that any of those potential personnel cost savings would ultimately go into the reserves for 24. And also if there are any projects that have not been started or initiated, the assumption shouldn't necessarily be that those items would automatically roll into 24. I think that's where we get into trouble sometimes, because we commit those $23 as part of the 24 committed reserve. So it might be more helpful for us to take a fresh look at, I mean, the cost savings from personnel is easy. Like you didn't hire the people, the money's in the bank, it is what it is, it goes into reserve. But for activities that have not been started for 23, some of them makes perfect sense because we have these outlays in the budget that shows it's a 24 item, it's a 25 item, it's a 26 item. But for some of those items that were single year 23 items that have not been initiated, it might be helpful for us to know what those are, so that if we need to make a decision on whether or not we want to carry those activities into 23 versus just saying we're not doing it and putting it into those savings into the reserve, unassigned reserve balance. That may be helpful to know. And again, I recognize that we're in a bit of a time crunch, and we may not be in a place just yet to know exactly what those FY23 numbers may be. Because typically in the past, it's usually that first budget amendment that we get that explains that, but it might be a little helpful to kind of have a window into what those may look like, because I think that also will help us with trying to make some decisions around the 24 budget.
The window that we will have those numbers available will probably by the time when we close our fiscal year 23 books. That will be around sometime in June or July.
Yeah, so it'll be a part of that first budget
Yeah,
amendment that we'll
exactly.
get.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Don't have any other numbers. Again, I just want to, any more lights? Again, I just want to thank all of the city staff for bearing with us tonight, and working with us as we're getting our legs under us in terms of addressing the budget. So just as a reminder to my colleagues, please, 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 please send any questions, or if you have any other budget reconciliation items that you are considering, please send them to the team so that they can get them on the list, and so that we can start to get to the point where we can organize ourselves to have a meaningful and quick conversation around reconciliation on Monday. All right.
Are we asking staff to provide information on some of these proposed adjustments? For example, more information on the third floor renovation. I don't know.
So if council members did not clearly communicate that there was a need for additional information regarding items that are on the list, I'm asking you to please send an email to staff so that they can provide that additional clarity.
Okay, and will we be getting a copy of this?
Director
Soon?
Chung, is it possible, once we've kind of reconciled and got a little sleep, to send this spreadsheet out to where we are right now, out to the council?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
And I want to clarify some of those dollar amounts as well, because we have some information in here that we don't know the dollar amount. For
Right.
example, like the neighborhood service 50%. Do we have to find out the amount, or is the council going to provide that amount for us? We want to find out what we need to do.
I think that there are some items that council members are requesting staff's help. I know I'm guilty of this. I have no idea how many vacant positions we have and where we are, and if we were to put them on hold, what that would look like. If you have an item that you are requesting staff support in terms of figuring out the dollar amount, when you send your consolidated email regarding your budget reconciliation items to staff, just clearly communicate that you're looking for their support to help you with quantifying an amount that you want to include in the
I
budget.
just forgot to.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, thoughts, concerns before we close this out? All right. With that, motion to adjourn.
Yep.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you all so much.